Hello, everyone, and welcome to another night of ARML. We have a bunch of games here, B2 to start with, some B3 later, and then the nightcap will be A1. I am joined by Nathaniel. How are you doing?
Doing well back in B2. Actually, the other day we heard Brett as one of the commentators for a matchup in B2, and now we get to watch Brett play. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes for him. Has been doing reasonably well here with a positive plus 10.2 score, but everyone else at this table doing all right as well. Brian slightly ahead of Brett, and Xiangyu even further up the list, all trying to reach one of those 5 promotion slots. Currently, this table has played only 4 games, and so they will be playing, I believe, all 4 today.
So the four games are, of course, from last session, so presumably there will be at least two games today. I think they also have a couple scheduled for Sunday, so I don't know if they're going all four today.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, Christopher has some work left to do here, but there's plenty of time, as we always say. None of the people at this table is currently in the promotion spots, but we're off here. And here, oh my goodness, that's a starting hand. I think you just sell and cut the 1-2 pin. Now
And
I'm gonna go ahead and hedge for a little more
come.
options. It could just be Richie Pin Fui Peiko even. There's a
Hmm.
call on the right, and that's going to be Brett there on the right. Across is
Come.
Christopher. On the left is Jensen, who is Zhang Yu, and the kanji name is Brian.
Yeah, our first dealer being Brian with all those Manzu tiles. It definitely looks like it wants to be Chinitsu, but it doesn't seem to want to commit to that just yet. We saw the early Haku, which we consider once cut because of the door indicator, and even the So tile being retained in hand. So keeping the options open. Brett doesn't want this hand to continue very long. 2 fast calls. Still lacking a head right now, but if you can find one, you're looking to be in pretty reasonable shape.
Yeah, I like that hand there on the left because the shapes are good, but not as much as what I was hoping the dealer is going to go for. But it seems just going to play for a regular hand and going to be probably slower than you'd want to, as you see the two calls there on the right. No value yet, though.
Interesting, we see already across the table Ishanten for Christopher headless right now, but can draw into Pinshu with a 2/5/8 mon, or can draw into Richinomi with any of pairing up the 3, 4, or 6, 7 mon.
I have a pair up there on the right for Brett. We'll take, oh, does not take the Ishanten. But you getting a little greedy here for the Honitsu. Though I wonder about cutting the 2 mon early if you're going to do that, because your upgrade here could end up being Furiton. The normal cut there is either the 4 mon or the 7 mon. We'll see if it works out for Brett. Okay, just draw your 2. That fixed the problem.
Yeah, so one good draw away from having a really nice Ishanten. We did see Christopher draw the Dora, the Hatsudora, and decided to discard away from it despite lacking a pair in the hand, is committed to those shapes, and that allows Jensen as well, Xianghu, to discard away from that Hatsu. So it looks like Dora will not be included in any of these hands, and oh my, there's an 8 mon.
I think you just cut the 6-7 out. Yeah,
Each.
there we go. That's the greed. And there's our Ricci across the way. It's just going to be Ricci waiting on the 2-5. Interesting decision there by the dealer. Brian decided not to call the 2 pin. It's just selling out on Chitoitsu at this point.
Yeah, who would have thought at the start of that hand for dealer that it would be a Chitoi, but turns out it's probably a fold now.
Well, Brett upgrades the shape at least a little bit.
Certainly a,
I think it'd be a much better play here to just push the 8 instead of completely abandoning the hand. Sure, the Chitoitsu is never what you're looking for, but I don't like destroying a 9,600 point dealer Ishanten like that when you can just push the Suji 8.
yeah, I know some players have a goal in the first hand to either win points or to at least make sure you don't deal in to something early. But on the other hand, if you dealt in early, it is you have the most time to catch up. So
There's our Chi, and that is Tempai on there. Oh,
come,
Khan?
Khan for
Khan!
that reveals a new Dora.
Ooh,
That's a
and
nine
gets
pin.
another Dora. So that's actually going to be a fairly expensive hand. And on the right, we have the East and possibly Chanta and Honitsu.
롱.
Well, there's the 2, though. Deals in Ricci, Dora, no Aura, but the very awkward 70 Fu. Wait a second, let me pull the sheet up. Oh, 4,500.
Yeah, 2 and 70, not a real common one, but that's what a con will do. And well, Brett Dealer now, after coming close to winning that
Oh
Honitsu
no, I don't
hand.
like the 1 there at all. It just cut the 4-6. It gives you Toy, gives you Honitsu. There are plenty of ways to make value out of this. I think the 1 pin's probably the worst way to go about it.
Well, I suspect after how that last hand turned into a Manzu Honitsu, Brett has thoughts of that as well in this hand. And okay, just keep drawing Mon
Okay, well,
tiles.
we may end up in the same place, but I still think you cut the 4-6 there first. Especially in a rule set that doesn't have red 5s, you're not really benefiting here. Instead, you just broke the 1-pin pair. But we know how this is likely going to end. Getting a little greedy here. May see, though, the cheap call for the 5-so later. On the right, looks like a pretty standard Pinfu type hand across the way. You're really hoping to greed for that Itsu. And on the left, you're hoping for the 2-3-4 Sanshoku. You also have a Dora. So lots of potential value on the table right now for everyone.
Just Tempai already.
Each.
And it'll be a 4-7 weight. Another Richinomi here. We'll see how Brett wants to play this. What makes these a little bit
You
difficult.
have to just shove. I think
Yeah.
it's either the 2 or the 6. I don't think it really matters. I like the 6 a little bit more here, yeah, because that may cause the Suji 3 to come out, and then you just take your Tempa. You're not thrilled with it, but you take it.
Brian had a 5-so just waiting to come out of the hand, but after this Ricci, it's a lot harder to discard that tile.
Yeah, I like to push there on the 8-pin for Brett, because now if you do end up calling, getting to Tempai, it's 3 Han, your dealer. This is not the type of hand you want to fold.
Right.
Oh, perfect tile to come out. Take the 5-6, and I'd cut the 2-4. Yeah, there we're going.
For the 4-7 pin, there are 4 tiles left in the wall, 2 of each. But the 9 Mon is Genbutsu to the Ricci. There's only one of those left
there's
in
the
the wall.
West. We have dealer. Oh, whoa, that is.
That feels like a
Could have
misclick.
just taken the Tempai. I'm just throwing the 2 there, and we now see the 2 is safe. I wonder if that was a misclick.
Oh, just redraw into it.
Okay, well, that'll do it.
Each.
And the 9 could come right
Oh
out and it is.
How fortunate for Brad. Misclick into redrawing the tile you accidentally discarded into winning on the last 9 Mon. For the Mongon, it's 12k, and Brett will go get his dealer. Is this another Mon Honitsu / Shinitsu?
Wow. We've seen a few of these now.
Brett has one hand in mind.
Well, Brett has a bunch of hands in mind here, cutting the pay first. You gotta cut the 9-pin. That'd be a little different. But here you've connected with Dora. So you have some options. You could even go Chanto with a hand like this.
You can't do Mon Honitsu every time. It starts to become obvious what your play is.
Oh, and there's the backfire on the Chune. Saw the 1 cut, decided to keep the South over. This is always the problem that can happen, is you can get that tile coming back to you. On the right, looks like a Pinfu type hand, except for the whole Haku pair. Just call it, go. You use the 3-pin, you can use it twice, but it's unlikely to come out. Across the way, feels like a Tanyo hand and a Dora, so similarly, if you can build it close, great. Otherwise, I think you just take what you can get. On the left, you have a few pairs. The hand feels pretty slow altogether, though.
There's a door shape completed for Brett. Ishantan now.
The 6 here decides to go headless. It'd be really awkward if you do draw the expensive 2-mon.
Yeah, you end up on that Tonki way, which I'm sure he would shift away to another one. Another option there is just to drop the 3-mon itself. Then you have the 6-9 Nomaton and the 1-4 shape.
Oh, and the perfect draw there on the right for Christopher. Ricci Dora waiting on 3-6. Could another Dora, except unlikely they're going to come out from anyone at this point.
Actually, there's only one 6-pin left in the wall to draw. And this
That is Tempai.
Yeah, I dropped
I think
a 5.
you just smashed the button.
It is a bad weight.
Going for the better weight.
But there are 2 Dora in that hand. That 4-4 would have been an incredible pickup. I'm sure we would have seen the Ricci after that, but a Chi doesn't work quite as well here, so it's passed. Brett's hand has not changed since that 6-mon discard.
Well, when you look at those last 6 draws for Brett, it kind of tells you the story.
Nothing useful, but relatively safe tiles.
Trying to consider whether the force was worth pushing. It seems to abandon it there. Xiangyu's done with this hand.
Brian might be thinking about pushing this. Has drawn into Ishanten for
Oh,
Chitoi.
there's a bit of a backfire there for Brett.
Pushes it anyway.
Well, at this point, the 4 is starting to disappear. And it's 1 chance at this point, so that's certainly understandable. And you have such an amazing hand if it ever finishes.
So many of the pin tiles being locked into other players' hands. There's another 6. And that means...
Wow, it's 3 Dora, and no, 2 Dora. That is the last out, though.
Yes.
So we're just going to the end of the hand here.
1 chance for Brett to get to Tenpai here. Does not find it.
Nope. And Christopher does draw a 6 with the wrong suit, and we'll get dealer now. Still tied for last, but there is 1,600 in the middle.
Hyper-wise, beyond Shantan with Adora, but you need to fill 2 Kanchans.
Now, it is a dealer hand. You can't ask for too much more. Dora, shapes look pretty fixed. But meanwhile, on the left, we have a headless Ishanten now. But just going Chanta, so not actually viable Ishanten unless you cut one of those blocks right now. And that's going to be the play. Oh my goodness. And now we have Ishanten here for dealer for Ichidora.
Still yet to fill in the Kanchan, the harder shapes. Toyman as well. Quite close Ishanten there. With the East Anko.
Oh, Tempai now on the left, waiting for the 9-mon. The 6-mon would complete the hand, but it wouldn't have a Yaku.
All 4 9-mon still left in the wall here. Ooh, this is a nice draw for Christopher, but he throws it back.
I like taking the headless there. You can upgrade your shapes really well. You're a little concerned about the Honitsu, so I kind of like cutting the 2-4 there instead. And then here, even when you draw the 1, it doesn't really help you that much.
This is going to be a Tenpai for Xiangyu. Decides to Dama, waiting on the 1-4. Now, I believe...
Infu, Dora, maybe Tanyao.
Right. I believe we've seen Jensen make this wait 1 turn Ricci, and we'll see if that comes true. No, just still Dama. I'm trying to recall matches in the past that we've seen.
Oh, well, it's going to come out. It's going to be the expensive end, too.
So 3 Han for 3,900 plus the sticks in the middle.
Yeah, nice little win there. Was probably fishing for the Sanchiku upgrade there. But normally I'm just going to reach that, especially someone who's called like that really doesn't have way to defend effectively. But we do have dealer here, and that is Zhang Yu after that win. And boy, that feels like a Honitsu hand.
It does. We haven't seen the Hatsu is to the right, actually, so that makes things a little bit more difficult. And you are losing your Dora acceptance if you commit to the Pin Honitsu.
Yeah, I think similarly, I just cut the 6-mon. It gives you the option to use the Dora and just move forward. But okay, we end up at the same place anyway. It should just be the 6-mon.
The only awkward tile right now is the Tuso, and that's not even that bad. You're reaching your chance at Itsu here.
Yeah, reaching the 3. That'd be perfectly fine. Oh, now I'm just selling out. Forget this. Yeah, that's going to be the play.
So Brian to the right, also the Hatsu pair, and a chance at 1-2-3 Sanchoku. There is a door in hand as well. Brad across the table has the Chun pair, will get called. Just speeding the game along. Has excellent shapes as well. Holding on to the 9-pin. I like this. It's a long shot to the Doko, but it's kind of there. And then Christopher
Well,
on the
if
left.
you did think you managed to get a toy on top, like you cut the 3-4 and then the 3, I think I'm just getting rid of that 9, especially with one already out at this point. I like the dreams, but that seems like a bit much.
Yeah, I would hold the 7 mon here over the 9 pin. Just for the extra tile acceptance of the 8 mon. And now a second door drawn by Brian on the right. And could be a little bit more expensive.
Ooh, that's a good one. Oh, I definitely like cheeing that one. May not be the immediate shape you would think of with a hand like this, but you could move it forward because you have this extra 8 you're not quite sure what to do with right now.
Yeah, so the benefit of the 7, 8, 9 chi there is after you call the Hatsu, then the 8 pin will be your pair, and you'll have a 5, 6 diamond weight. Now, we can see that the Hatsu will not be called as Brian is holding a pair.
I think Christopher does not want to push any more pin tiles into this, and yeah, seems to be maneuvering around it. You're at the point in the hand where you're starting to wonder, wait a second, what is dealer doing? And looking at that pawn, it's not like it's hard to figure out what dealer's doing.
Right, but you're a little surprised you haven't seen a call just yet. You've only
Yes.
dropped 8, 9, but no Poland has been called, and no chi on that 8 or 9, although there was some hesitation. So you're kind of wondering,
Well, we have a tempai across the way. If it's taken by Brett, we'll just be the one Han. There's the other 8, and that's also passed.
Xiang Yu sort of committed to a closed hand here, and we see Brian shifting away from all the pin tiles, maybe going for Honitsu as well. Doesn't
Well, doesn't
matter.
matter. That's going to deal in one Han, and it'll just be the 1,000. So it does move Christopher to 4th, but you're not that mad about that one. The hand wasn't going anywhere. And we're moving to South round. This is going to be Brian's dealer turn. Has one of those hands that you're like, there's potential here, but it feels so far off. Could be Onitsu, could be Chanta. Gonna keep that 7 mod to be able to accept Dora later. Like, if you draw the 8 mod, now you're feeling much better about this. On the right, feels like a Pinfu hand. You've a few too many pairs, but you'll take whatever you can get. If you pull the 2 mana and get that to a Peiko, you're looking really good. Across the way, looks like a Ricci, maybe an Ipeco, but most likely with the Intotsu 4, 5, 6, 6, 6, and then the pair, either whether it be the 5 so or the 7 pin. And on the left feels like, I don't know, just Ricci Dora is probably your best path. You have 3 pairs, but they're unlikely to finish. And you really want that 7 mon to really have any path forward in this hand.
Yeah, if the 9 mine wasn't the door, you might even think about shifting to Tanya, but
Yeah, that's a hand where I kind of just want to go open Tanya with it anyway. Say, forget the Dora. It's the shapes are really hard to use. Maybe there's a late 2, 3, 4 Sanshuku, but I think I just go for the 1,000 to be done with it. Because you have so many bloating shapes of the 3, 3, the 6, 8, 8, the 2, 2, 3.
Yeet.
Now you have enough pairs, you go Chitoy. But in the meantime, we have a dealer Ricci. It is Ricci and then possibly Dora.
as we were going around the table, Brian had drawn a clutch 3 so Penchonville, as well as pairing up the Hatsu, and then drew the 3 pin to find the Ricci.
Well, and that's a push by Brett is now Ishan 10 for possibly Ricci Sumo San Anko.
Xiang will take the opportunity to discard the Suji 8 Mon and maybe push this 2 Dora hand. It does look like Jensen wants to fold, but if you draw into it,
Yeah, I think Jean Yu's looking for Infusko Chitoy, but just isn't going to take. I think it's likely going to get pushed in VLN based on how Brett's been playing.
has been very
You can see the
aggressive.
hesitation, knows it's Dora Suji and doesn't want to throw it. Oh, does get away from it though.
East comes out. So if Brett does fold here,
That's a good fold, and you're going to feel really bad about it drawing the 7 pin the next turn. But then you look at the log and go, "Oh, I'm glad I did that."
yeah, there's only 1 9 Mon left in the wall out of all of the tiles in this Yamen shape to be drawn. Of course, that is the expensive out for Brian here. Should he manage to draw it? seems like Brett's committing here. After drawing the pair up the 5-pin, you're starting to wonder if the well's tempting you again.
Yeah, well, it definitely is, but I think Brett's getting away from this, and that's always good when you're sitting in first place. This hand isn't really worth pushing. If you had maybe confirmed Ipeco, then I might understand it, but this is going to be Ricci Nomi chasing down a dealer Ricci. And we know it's Ricci Nomi, but you can't possibly know that. Be very different if that 4-pin was a 1-pin in the dealer hand, though.
There's the last
Oh,
9
and
mon.
there's the 9. Yeah, that's probably the end. The only question is, does Brett, if Tempai is reached, just go ahead and push the 6 anyway?
Yeah, Brett has given himself the option to push. If you drop the 3 mon here, you can even get Pinfu with it. But no, decides Monza is the danger suit. Actually, the 2 mon is safe here, but just holding on to it.
I'm going to try and maneuver this back.
Fortunately, not
Well,
enough
the
draws
6
to
had
do
already
that.
come out because it was given earlier.
Even with this juicy 2 mon, will just be Yukioku here. Brett sees the 6 mon deals in and congratulates himself. We'll go again.
Yeah, Brian gets the net 2000 and gets a hand that is looking like an Ipeco, but you have 2 Dora, so really anything you can get is good enough. On the right, we have a few pairs. Looks like a Pinfu shape ultimately, though, across the way. Similarly, looks like a Pinfu shape, maybe the Ipeco and Pin, and on the left, a few pairs, but I don't know, maybe Tanya. You have so many extra honors to get rid of, but not really seeing any other shape that it's going to turn into.
So with the south pair up, Brian has the opportunity to go Otozuke on the south. How willing are you to call any of these? Well, put that thought on hold. Ricci across the table from Christopher. Ricci, Pinfu, potentially Peiko on the 3-pin, but is a 3-6 pin weight.
Well, yeah, but look at that draw there for Brian. Now you're just thinking, can I even add Chant on top of this? I don't need to, but it'd be kind of nice.
Now with 2 door in hand, there's a lot of
Yeah, just
incentive.
shove the. Yeah, it's a full speed ahead. I like this. Oh my goodness.
I wonder if you discard the 8 so there, hoping that a Suji 3 so will come out from the left. It's a bit of a long shot, but
Thinks that 7-pin is dangerous, and certainly in the danger area. You already have the early 8-pin discard, but you don't really know much about the rest of the hand.
there's a world where this even turns into Toy Toy.
I mean, if Dora comes out, I'd sure be wanting to call it. Ooh, but I don't think that one helps you that much. Yeah, I agree with passing the 3. If it were the 2, then I could certainly see going for it. And now the 1 so is Suji as well. So Suji all over the place.
In the meantime, Jensen has managed to find an Ishanten despite playing very safe discards. And there's a push from Brett that will deal into the expensive side. Ricci, Pinku, Ipeco. No Udas, another 3,900 hit. Brett took that early lead, but has been slowly getting chipped down with these 3,900 point hands. And still in first, but
Still
only
in
by
first,
800.
but not by a lot. Yeah, that's a decent starting end here with the pair of White Dragons calls that, and also has a Dora waiting in hand. And that's going to be your value. You're hoping to go Dora Tonki. Well, you're hoping to pair it up, but you'll accept Dora Tonki if it goes that way. On the right, we have the double South Unko. So there's your value there. Across the way, I don't know what you're going to do with that one. Maybe to sell it Honitsu, but it feels slow no matter what you do. And on the left, that feels more like a Honitsu. You could go Chanta, but I think I just want to go Honitsu and try and get some value there when you pair up the East.
Yeah, Brett's getting the point. He has too many shapes here to use the Dora, so
that's Ishanten Headless on the right. You're going to see the pawn of the 1. Yeah, just selling out for the Honitsu there. Oh my goodness, that is Tempai. Will break up the 2 Han to get the good weight. So what do you think of maybe 7 so Dama just waiting on the 6 so trying to connect to something else?
I think I prefer that here. There's just so much value in that double south. Not just the 2 Han, but you get a chance to have a really nice shape if you can break up that 6-7, maybe get a Nobiton elsewhere. Yeah, you don't want the Tonki weight really, but you can
No,
easily switch that around.
I think you're wrong on that. If you cut the 7 so earlier, now you'd be reaching on the 6 and waiting on the 9.
Ooh, forget Nobiton weight. Tonki, Suji Tonki looks really good there.
But in the meantime, Brett has called, and we'll take Tempai, just force the Dora, and is waiting on 3-6.
3-6. 4 tiles left in the well for that weight. Versus 5-8, which has 6. Impressive.
I think the 3-so is going to come out here. No, gets around it with the 7.
Oh, the 3 does win.
Well, there's the 3-so. It comes out from the Ricci hand, and Brett pulls in 2,500, including the Ricci stick. Another dealer turn, and well, how aggressive do you want to be with Honitsu on this one?
I mean, it seems like every other hand is a
Brett has
Honitsu.
just been a magnet for these shapes.
Yeah. Does call the tune right away. We're going for it. 4-6 mon out. Oh, draw.
Feels like a wow. I don't even need to go over too much these hands, except that one on the left.
Yeah, that one looks
pretty
exciting.
Spicy.
Potential Ricci, Pinfu, Tanyao, Sanshoku, Dora 1. There's a door in the hand, and all the other hands except for Brett's. Brett doesn't need door. Whoa, look at that 6-mon draw.
Oh my goodness, the perfect draw.
So I guess you drop away from the 4-5-mon, huh?
I kind of want just got 3-pin.
3. Yeah, I agreed for this.
Oh, you're going
7.
for Sanchiku? Okay,
Yeah.
I see that. Yeah, the 4-5 then, sure.
It does look a little bit harder to get pin tiles because Brett, you assume, is holding a bunch.
Well, the idea here is also you can keep it yourself and not have to throw them if you just cut them on block there.
With that 6.
Oh, that should be called.
This would be.
Has just decided that's the pair. Normally you'd call this for no other reason than the value upgrade. Oh, Chi Tempai. Okay, well, that's one way to do it.
Yeah,
Right
so
now, Tempai would in 6-9 pin.
is 3 Han for 5,800 plus Homba. Brian has to.
That 4-pin is a very aggressive push. People are not respecting this, and that doesn't matter if you just sumo.
So 2,000 all plus the 300 means that Brett's back in a pretty significant first place, back over 40,000, and a hand that's not Honitsu this time.
No, this feels like more like a 2-3-4 Sanchiku, much more of a standard Pinfu hand. On the right, that's when where you start thinking about it. It looks more like a regular hand there as well. Maybe even turn into Itsu. Across the way, decent shapes, and very distant for any sort of value, though. You have a Dora, you're just going to play efficiency. And on the left, we have the North pair and a Dora. Maybe a 5-6-7 Sanchiku, especially with that draw. Maybe cut the 6-pin or the 1-3. We'll cut the 1-3. You haven't completely given up your value yet. You can call the North for Sanchiku, Pei, Dora would be perfectly fine.
Well, you called Brett having the potential 2-3-4 Sanchiku. Then he drew a 4-pin and a 2-so. So actually looking very realistic here.
Well, now you have both. I think the 1-pin there's a mistake. You should be cutting the 8-pin there because you haven't decided which Sanchiku you're necessarily going to be on.
Oh yeah, the 1-2-3 or the 2-3-4. Brett perhaps considering the opportunity to incorporate a 7-pin Dora should it be drawn, but does back out of it upon drawing the 4-so.
Oh, there's the 8. We'll not likely get the Sanchiku now.
Brett angles closer and closer to Tanya, although that does get a little trickier with a 2-3 shape and the 7-8 shape as those
I call
incorporate
this.
terminals.
Yeah, these shapes are ugly, so you're just looking to move and go with this. Ishanten for, well, it was Ishanten for Itsu. Didn't take it though. Would have to throw the. I think he could have just thrown the north and hedged it a bit.
Boom.
Oh, you're shifting to Honitsu. I think it's too late for that. You may be able to pull it off, but you're still talking turn 10 and you're a fair distance away yet.
We see a tempo across the table again. A Dama here for Pinshu Dora 1. And this is a couple times now that Jensen has declined to Ricci here.
You know me. I'm just smashing that button without even thinking about it.
Once again, looks like Brett's gonna be oh, dodges a turn. And
Sumo.
Oh, this is why. It is 3,000, but that's not going to get you first. Sumo and an Aura or an Ipatsu or something, and you're in first already. But just trying to limit the damage in reasonably good position for the standings overall.
yeah. And is within a Mongon of taking over first place. But it's Christopher's dealership. Christopher in fourth place currently, but it's a very tight race. And might just start calling this down with a Haku. Seems to be...
Yeah, I think you just take the one Han. You'd love to go Honitsu, Itsu. So yeah, I like the 4. You're kind of hedging your option. We'll still accept Dora. The dream is Honitsu here, but we're not going to give up everything quite yet. We're so far. Ooh, I might just go now. I really like that 1 so to fit into this hand.
That is a good shape for you, that 2-3 diamond. So maybe didn't want to call that one right away, but I do think Christopher is going to end up pushing this to Honitsu.
Well, we see Zhongyu pair up the south. Now has when the third one comes out, well, I guess it'd be the fourth one, as one has now been discarded. That'd be double south Dora. It's Ishunten already. Across the way, feels like a Pinfu hand, maybe to pick, but you have 2 Dora.
Boom.
The problem is so many other tiles, it's hard to get there. And on the left, also feels like Pinfu, kind of floating at
Boom.
4 pin. Oh, there's the south. Now I have our Tempai on the
Gee.
right, waiting on Tuso.
Brian
This
decides this is
Tuso may come
Kanyo.
out.
Boom.
Good, good dodge there. Does connect to the 4, so you're gonna hold it at least for a little bit. And now another Dora is drawn by Zhongyu. You can see the hesitation. Does not want to throw it,
Boom.
but does anyway. I think you have to. And gonna see the call, and everyone at the table is gonna go, uh-oh.
But if you're thinking, uh-oh, the Chuso is safe to that hand, and it's not safe to Xiangyu. Christopher did find Tempai, waiting on the 6-pin now, hoping to shift to an honor tile or a so tile. Oh my! Shifts to the 5-mon Tonki, and
it's gonna come out. Wow. You have to take it. You have to.
it passes!
Wow. There's a Dora pulling on the table. I'm not even thinking about this one.
Full
That is
steam
so
ahead.
greedy.
Oh,
We'll
that's
see
not
if
the
it
right...
Con! No, it's a dead weight. Con it.
It's gonna be Rinshan. It's gonna be Rinshan. Gonna draw so tile, Con into Rinshan. Oh no, Brett!
Matter. I think the Tuso comes out
No.
now.
Another
That's
30.
a direct hit, and that's going to put Zhongyu in first place now.
It seems
As dealer and a last.
Brett keeps like sumoing these Mongon hands and then feeding 3,900 to Jensen afterwards. Of course, you can't do much about that. You're Tempai.
Tempai, you just have to push the Suji Tuso to the open hand. That seems reasonable.
Absolutely. But that means in South 4, it's a tight race for first. Only 900 points separate Xiangyu and Brett. And it's a tight race for third and fourth as well.
For the first time, we have a whole bunch of really bad hands.
None of these look good. Do any of them have Dora even? No. Dora is all contained in the wall.
I see pairs everywhere. So at least 2 hands that reasonably seem like Chitoy.
Dealer with 4 pairs and an Anko. Might switch.
I think that's 5 pairs. But yeah, 4 and an Anko would be. There you go. Yeah. So gonna hedge the option a bit. Get rid of that 3-mon. It does give
Oh,
you some choices. Oh, well, now you just sell out on Suanko. Forget this.
2-pin once held. 7
And
pin once
Ishanten
held.
for Chitoy on the right.
8 so's once held. But each of these tiles has one in the wall. And absolutely selling out. Could have drawn
Yeah, not
the...
gonna keep the 5 to pull in the 6 later. No, not that 6.
Well, still Dora-less. No Dora around the table. And Christopher on the left can accept multiples. Nobody's seen any yet. There's the first chance to call. Will be called immediately, so no Suanko
Yeah, it just
here.
goes and takes the tempai here. It will be Toy Toy, possible Sananko on the sumo.
Brett has a tempai. We'll take it. That's all you need. Richinomi. 3 mon is the weight. There are 2 in the
That's a
wall.
penchant wait on the 3 only.
How long are you willing to wait, though, with a dealer calling? There are so many good upgrades. Oh, no!
Oh, we'll just deal into the Toy Toy. We do not have a Gariyame, so the game is not over yet. And Zhang Yu will have another chance here, and that's a pretty good starting hand. Not much value mechanics of Dora. On the right, that looks like Honitsu double south for the Mongon. Across the way, the Chun pair, but I'm not really seeing any other value, so I think Brett's probably playing for second. And then Christopher on the left has a few options, but you're really looking to go Honitsu. The problem is that Dora's stuck in the hand, so you kind of have to integrate it.
Yeah, really rough for Christopher. You kind of want to make a Mongon here to get over 30,000, have a positive score, but it's really hard to do so with these shapes, unless you draw multiples of Dora. That's a start. 1, 2,
What
3,
about 1, 2,
Sanshoku.
3 Sanshoku? Yeah, that seems like an obvious progression now. So that's the plan. Sanshoku Dora Sumo maybe.
Might not have the time to put that together, though. Dealer already Ishanten.
And on the right, we have an Ishan 10 there as well.
Oh, breaks away
Brian
from...
hand looking pretty good. Won't be Itsu right now, but I think if you get Tempai, you take it, especially with the weight on a double south. No, just hard selling out. I think you're too far to do that, though. I think you just go ahead and cut the 9 so back. This is so greedy.
There's the south call. So double
Does
south
get the
Honitsu
south.
is Mongon.
Yeah, that's your play to get the value here. But you just look at that discard, and it's so tragic. 8, 8, 7, 6.
Jens has been Ishunted for so long, has not been able to draw a tile here. And there's another door for Brett. Up to 4 pairs.
Dealer now has a bunch of upgrades. Goes and cuts the 1. Does not want to cut the 5 so into this Honitsu. Oh, well, now your Tempai just going to hit the button. It is Richinomi, and I think you have to call the 5. Cut the 9, which is safe.
Ishunted for Brian now. Tempai.
Oh my goodness, look at that weight.
Oh, chose the 6-9 instead.
Get rid of the 9. Oh, I like the 3-sided weight way more.
Yeah, if you hold on to the 3 so discard the 9 so, then you have 1, 3, 4 weight.
Well, we have a Dora pone, so all of a sudden,
Brett,
things are getting very interesting. Oh, there's the 2.
is that Sashikomi? The game continues, so it's not... it doesn't quite work that way. Now 300 points separating 3rd and 4th. And Xiangyu just running up the score at this point.
Now, shapes here aren't great, but I mean, you're in good position. You kind of just want to fold a hand like this out unless you pull in the 5-so or the 7-so. But the shapes are really starting to come together. So if the hand works, then just go for it. On the right, feels like a Pinfu type hand. You'd have a Dora there across the way. You're looking to accept the Dora, maybe also 1-2-3 Sanchoku, maybe even Junchan. I kind of like the idea of Junchan Sanchoku Dora as the path. And and on the left, we see decent shades. Floating Door doesn't really fit in the rest of the hand, though.
Yeah, it's been a shame for Brett, who's been able to put together a comeback hand, a Gyakuten hand, for the past 2 rounds, and Jensen has just won both times, cutting it short. Kind of running out of time now as the gap has increased to 9,100, but you can still get a Mangan Subo and surpass. And can you build another
so
one
much for the
here?
value here for Brett. It's now the 4-so comes in. So Junchan's out, Sanchoku's out. I'm just going to cut the 9 now.
Yeah, you're really hoping for Richi Tsumo Dora Ura.
Dealer technically Tempai doesn't want the Richi Nomi considering there are so many upgrades. Even the 3-mon upgrade is not only Dora but Tanyao.
Absolutely. This is a Dama I can agree with. Three, so 7-so also excellent draws. 8-so as well.
The rest of the hand just aren't really budging. Oh, a bit of a nice draw there with the Dora across the way. What do you cut? The 6-8 or the... Okay, just selling out on the Tanya here, planning to pull in the 2 or the 3.
Or draw the 7-pin yourself.
Oh my goodness, Tempai, that is Ricci, Tanya, Dora waiting on 2-3.
Sumo would be
Sumo would be
Gyakuten.
first place, and we're going to see a chase. The Pei Tonki, Hellweight Pei Tonki Honitsu.
Oh my goodness. There's no value there outside of the Honitsu. Two
And now we have
pin
a Suji on the 2-pin.
Can't be any more Suji than 3 straight 5-pin discards. Maybe even a 4th coming out.
And there's the door. It always feels bad to draw that when you're Ricci and not waiting on it.
Tempai! Jensen found
We know it's
Tempai again.
Oh my goodness, Tempai here waiting on...
No, the last
no!
no!
Tonki!
No way! Richi Honitsu. No, that's a Mangan, and Christopher.
Be second place, I think.
I think you're right. Yeah, barely
Pei
overtaking.
Tonki, best Tonki. The Hellweight Pei Tonki is enough for Christopher to get second. But the winner here is going to be Zhang Yu, especially running there on the end in South 4, getting 34.8. Huge win there. Christopher on the Hellweight Pei Tonki pays off for sure. Brett's looking at that log and going, really? And in the last position, we have Brian, who just really never got the hands together and has minus 25.4.
And Jensen even managing to get Tempai at the end, but kind of rewarded with Brett dealing in, picks up an extra 5 UMA points as Brett falls below 30,000 and Christopher doesn't rise above 30,000. So as a reward for being the only player above the starting points, Jensen receives a plus 20 UMA instead of the plus 15. And what a nice finish. Racking up the points in South 4 and then ending up getting the bonus UMA while folding.
Well, that was an exciting game. Oh, we just got an update. Sounds like the B3 game we were planning on broadcasting will be rescheduled. So we're going to stick with this table then.
Sounds good. We'll get a quick score update. And then we'll switch over to the stats view. Yeah, it was very interesting. Jensen ending up first place here with a very quiet play style, just sort of finding Tempai and staying still until South 4. Then started declaring Ricci, but it was Brett who was actively fighting nearly every hand, winning big and then losing small chunks, and it ended up, well, going in Jensen's favor.
Now you can see here from Zhongyu's stats the 11.3% reach rate. Admittedly, we haven't had that many games, but that kind of tells you the thought process here. Going to take a lot more of the conservative Dama, pick up your 2,000 point hands and move along. Whereas I look at a hand like that and go, 2,000? Yeah, you mean Hanuman, Ricci.
I can't argue with results though. Youngyu now in the fourth place overall in promotion zone with 88 points and 3 games yet to go at this table.
There's a long way to go in the season, and the stats here, as we mentioned before, are just for this season, so don't read too much into them.
Yeah, the stats don't become too relevant until about halfway through, I think.
Yeah, you'll get a little bit more once the second session is completed, but even that isn't that much. The issue is you only have 6 sessions in the first place, so we just try to go with what we have. Now, the thing that jumps out at me is that Eric with a 3.2% deal in rate.
Yeah, that's just telling of the success that Eric has had this season. 3 firsts, 5 second places, no thirds, no fourths. When you're only dealing in 3.2% of the time, that's probably why you are up there. And it's funny to see the average deal in is 7,533 points. That's basically a Mongon per deal in. But when you've dealt in so few times, it's usually when you're getting chased down after a Ricci. So you'd expect those
Yeah,
hands
I
to
see
be
that. I wonder if the answer is it was an actual 3 deal ins,
right.
like total.
Oh, I heard a gong, which means that we are going to the game number 2.
Here has a Pinfu type hand. We're only pulling the 7 Mon. There are upgrades to Ipeiko, maybe even Itsu and Mon. On the right, feels like a Pinfu type hand, maybe 2, 3, 4 Sanjiku, but a long way off. Across the way, we see the Dora call, as that is a Pon Dora East. So showing Mongon to the rest of the table, maybe Honitsu on top of it, but I think you should take anything you can get. But that is not the thought process here.
So
That is a play for the Honitsu.
clear indicator.
Speaking of Honitsu, we see another one there on the left. As that could easily be Haku Honitsu there as well.
Yeah, Christopher, though not necessarily 100% committing to it because the tonal is the first discard. We already have a Tempai dealer, Dama. No surprise, it's Xiangyu who's shown the willingness to hold off on Ricci when you have a bad weight like this.
Just have that scary Mongon on the table. The problem is, how are you going to improve this shape? And you're just going to cut the penchant altogether. Oh, and now we have the pair up of the Hatsu. This hand's starting to turn into a monster.
Jetson as well, turning into Chitoi Ishanten. As well as Tanyao Dianpeiko. Oh, no, Chitoi, okay.
Oh, there's your Tempai. It is Chitoi Dama waiting on the 7-Mon right now.
Oh, Sumo.
Oh, well, that's not actually even that bad.
Yeah,
it's going to be 9,600 with the Sumo.
It's certainly a safe way to pick up a lot of points. Ricci against what Toyman was building was kind of scary. But pick the right Tonki. Something that I
managed to pair up everything over and over and over. Had that Tempai for the Ricci Nomi and turned it into 9,600 just like that.
Excellent showcase of hand building there. And now a Dora draw.
Yeah, Dora draw. The rest of the shapes are okay. They're not bad. You kind of want to go Tanya, but it almost feels like you're going to have to pair up the 8s. So in order to be able to get any value from it. And then you're thinking, what, do I just go Chitoi then anyway? On the right, we have you have a Dora in the hand. Maybe Ricci Dora is probably the best way to handle it. Across the way, an East pair. So that's probably a call and go. And on the left, Pinfu type hand, a fair distance away, maybe an Itsu if you draw, say, 5-so.
Jetson found the Ishan 10, the Anshan 10 rather. Decided to drop the Dora now. In fact, might end up switching this to a Tanyao. The Ishan 10's on the left for Ricci Dora. Potential Pinfu, you can draw the 7-Mon.
Dealer now, Ishan 10 as well. Can pull the 4-6 Mon or the 2-5-so.
And we have Toyman Ishan 10 as well. Looks like everyone Currently in a state of one tile away from Tempai.
Chi.
Well, there's our Tempai across the way, 5-8 so.
I wonder if Jensen draws another Dora. Will you keep it or you just throw it back? Now that a player has called
Chi.
twice.
Oh, we see a hard shift for Chinitsu Dora here on the left. There's a lot of very greedy play at this table.
Yeah, we've seen in the last game multiple Honitsu shifts, and now we see the Chinitsu, as well as there were 2 Honitsu pushes in the previous hand.
Riichi.
But we'll find Tempai
There's
finally.
a Ricci. This is the Ricci Dora. I kind of expect that's how this hand was going to be.
Waiting on the 7th, so there's only 1 left in the wall. It is the Dora indicator as well. Makes it a rather difficult wait.
Dealer seems to be basically giving up on this hand.
Wow.
Oh, speaking of giving up on this hand, really rough backfire there as Brian decided not to push the 3-so.
And understandably so against what looks like a Chinitsu on the left.
Meanwhile, Dealer has gotten back to a very wide Ishunten.
And we've seen Jensen do this a lot, so sort of folding, but dropping safe tiles, but finding a way back into Tempai. Now if you're Brian, do you just break your Tempai here with the 4-pin? That's exactly what happens. 6-pin as well can come out. You could even call a 2-5 so into Tempai again.
Chi.
Oh, it does do
just
so.
like that one. Yeah, 6 is safe. And the 5 looks reasonably safe here.
Jensen comes back into Tempai. Tanyao.
Dama, yeah, just Tanyao, but waiting on 7-mon, 8-pin.
And
3 players Tempai.
once again, just bouncing around the Ricci until you could find Tempai again. Well, this hand looks like a Ricci Dora. If you
This
can,
is workable. Maybe Pinfu here if you get that 4 so early. On the right, well, given how the table's been played, I wonder if it's Honitsu. You do have the Dora there as well, so I'd just be a little more regular for it. Maybe even Chitoy, looking at the rest of those shapes. Across the way, well, I'm not seeing any real path for value there. Maybe just hope you get connected Dora or Richie Dora. And on the left, well, you have the Haku pair, so that's probably a call and go. You also have a Dora in hand.
Christopher did pass the first Haku, but we'll probably call the second one. In the meantime, Dealer has drawn that 4, so it's Ishanten for Ricci Dora.
And any Tempai there will make you Pinfu, waiting for the 1-4-7. Of course, you draw the 4, I give you a 3-sided weight. Either the others would be 2-sided weight for each Pinfu Dora either way.
Now we can see all the 4-pin are being held around the table, and when the hand says holding that, declares Ricci Brian with Ricci Nobi, but can win on a Dora 5. Instead, the 8 comes out immediately, so replace the Dora with Ipatsu for 2,600. No,
well, as cheap as you're going to get for an Ipatsu deal, Lynn.
That pushes Brian over 30,000, moving into East 2. But Jensen did his job. Over 40,000 after the dealership ends.
Dealer here, maybe 1-2-3 Sanshku. It's just going to be hard to get much from this hand. Very distant shape for basically anything. You're going to be filled with penchant, it feels like. And you draw the 4 Soaka, and you're looking at it going, might as well throw the 6 for now. On the right, feels like a Chanta type hand. Going to be hard to make value there as well. Across the way, that's a much better hand, but you still need the 7-mon, really. And on the left, by far the best hand at the table. Could be Chun, could be Toy Toy, could be Chitoy.
Lots of options here. Brett, the only player with the door right now, as he has drawn into the 2-pin, which does lean you towards a 1-2-3 Sanshoku, as you mentioned.
Now, Zhang Yu going ahead and cutting the Chun pair.
It does leave your options open for a Tanya.
Ooh, that 5 mon. Now you're at least starting to think, really? Is the Swanko possible?
Can we build vertically? Draw some more Anko shapes. It looks like Brian on the right indeed is thinking about the Chanta and trying to add Sanchoku to it as well. Has drawn a 2-pin of his own.
No, that 8 mon actually fits fairly well into this hand. Locks in the Sanshku. Yeah, there goes the 5. I think I'd go ahead and cut the 2 instead, just in case you draw the 6.
1.
Well, but there's a Ricci across the way. That is Ricci, possibly Peiko.
Although Christopher
Actually, not possibly Peiko. The 4's, the 7 is completely dead. It's just waiting for the 4.
waiting for the 4 and hoping that one of the 2 9-mons is the Uda indicator.
And Bresh is going to call here. It would be Sanshuku Dora, still Ishanten though. Needs the 1 mon and the 3 so, and that's what you don't want to draw. I'm tempted to just throw the 4 back because otherwise you won't be able to make any sort of shift calls.
Right, she is tricky to put together. There's Tempai.
I think you just take the 4E10. It's annoying, but I don't see any better options. And the issue is we know where the ones are.
Right, from
Brett's never getting them.
Brett's perspective, he has 4 chances. That's Sumo 1-mon. In reality, there are 0.
So interesting thought. If I'm Brett, I'm very tempted to just call the 4 and cut 8-8, knowing I have safe tiles for days now.
Yeah,
and of course can shift the last draw, who's now going to the Ricci.
If there was a 1-mon Pullen on the table and you could see 3 of the 1-mon, I'd definitely make that play. The fact that the 1-mon is Suchi to the Ricci and you haven't seen any yet kind of implies that someone's holding them.
You know, so you figure someone has a pair, and there's a decent chance it's the Ricci hand that you got unlucky and that was the pair. But you're kind of wondering where the rest of them are. Should be the 2-mon here. It's safe. The 3 is not safe.
Yeah, Brett's hesitating on this. Does drop the 2-mon.
Good play there by Brett. It's important to get those. You're usually not punished, but this is one where there's no downside to doing it. And you could even then win. You got out of 4E10. You could even win the Hote off that.
Right. So Brett retains dealership here. New high pie's pretty reasonable. You have door acceptance, PF chance.
Yeah, trying to shift it to a Sanshku, but kind of awkward to do so. Feels like a 4-5-6, but you look at the 4-5-6 in mod and you go, where is it? And the answer is it's not there yet anyway. On the right, feels like a Pinfu, Tanyao, maybe a Dora across the way. 79 Sanshku is probably the route. Maybe you get Peiko in pin on the left. Rishi Dora, it's good enough. So as you look at it, this isn't what I really wanted, but I guess I'll take it if it comes.
Yeah, sort of has thoughts of Sanchoku there, but you'd prefer it to be the 2-3-4.
Right, because you don't want the door to come out. Now, if you pair up the 2, I'm just cutting the south pair and going.
Yeah, it seems like a reasonable path. Tanyao door to Sanchoku chance. You'd probably start with the... Oh, I was going to say, could start with the 8 so here.
Yeah, I agree with the 8. Then you can try and maneuver back towards the 2-3-4 Sanshoku.
Exactly.
And use 5 as your pair. Or even here, you'd have a 5-7 shape, which looks a lot better than a floating 8.
Right, in a lot of worlds, you end up dropping the south pair anyway. Brett has managed to discard all the honors from the hand, and not much else has changed.
Yeah, this hand is yuck. It was bad, and it's changed into still bad. Or is that not even a change? Meanwhile, an actual hand is Ricci, possible Tanyao on the right, waiting for 1 Forso. The Forso is actually completely dead.
Yeah, so if you're sitting in the dealer's seat, you're like, I've just discarded all of my save tiles and I've gotten nowhere, and now I have to defend against a Ricci with, well, at least I have the 6-pin and the
Well,
cup
you have the
2
two-pin,
two
two-pin. You
pins.
have plenty of safety for now.
And I'm not sure the rest of the table is really incentivized to fight again. Well, take that back. Jensen on the left did pair up the Dora. Unfortunately, upon reaching Tempai, will have to deal in most likely. Unless you draw the 2-mon or
Draw
the...
4 or 2, and the
Right.
4 is dead, so it'd be... If you draw another Dora, though,
I mean, that
you
makes it
can't
worth
ask
a
for anything
fight.
more.
As it is, it's already a Mongon if you choose to... if you draw into Tempai.
Chi.
Bracketing. Oh, yeah, I think it's going to deal in. Yeah, you Chi that, you
Don't.
cut the 1. Yeah, Tanyao, Dora 2 is good enough to push a 1. And then you deal into that, you're like, oh, whatever.
My hand was
It
definitely
is your
working.
direct competition, so it does close the gap between first and second a bit. And now we have Brian's dealer turn the East 3, and this is what else where you go, can we make Hoditsu? Because I really want Hoditsu from it.
Yeah, probably holding onto this 5-so for a bit to accept the Dora.
Ooh,
With that
great
8
draw there with
pin.
the 8. Going and gets rid of the West, especially with 1 out now. So he isn't completely giving up on a regular hand. On the right, feels like a Tanyao hand. Across the way, Pinfu hand, maybe a distant Itsu or Ipeiko. I guess if you draw 7, so you're thrilled because you have Ipeiko or even just Dora 2 in the hand is good enough. On the left, Pinfu type hand. There are shapes there, there's potential there, but it's a long way off.
Interestingly, we have not seen the Haku come out. 2 players holding it. Oh, there's the 7-so.
Home.
And the Haku comes out. Call made by Brian.
Yeah, Brian's just going to keep this 5-so until you've locked in all the pin shapes. He's going to keep this no pull door. Ooh, well now it's Ishunten. So I think I get rid of that dangerous 5-so now while I get the chance.
Chi.
And even if you draw a door, do you even want it?
And now with a Chi, that 5-so looking like a kind of dangerous discard against what could be
Yeah.
Tanyao Dora multiples.
Home.
Well, it doesn't matter. You're calling that, not even thinking about it. And that'll be a Chi for
Chi.
Tempai. And there's only 1 4-pin left. And you can't get the upgrade with the 1-pin to turn that into Chanta because that's already been discarded.
You're almost hoping to call the North and switch to a Tonki.
Yeah. Can't really take the 3. That'd be Furi 10. Well, there's your chance. See, the other reason to do it is you get extra foo from this hand if you call that.
As of right now, you only get the extra foo if you sumo here to put it
Right.
240.
3 terminal slash. Well, it doesn't matter now.
Don't.
Well, I guess it would have changed the draw order, but that's not the reason you take the bone.
Right.
And it'll be 1,000. And you deal into 1,000. Like, okay, whatever. Next hand.
Yeah. Jensen coming up to the early lead, and then since then it's just been small hands getting exchanged around the board.
Now, Dio has a pretty good hand here. Ricci, maybe Tanyao. Well, now maybe Itsu on top of it, but unlikely. On the right, that definitely feels like an Itsu is the best goal. Across the way, you have a floating Dora. The rest of your shapes aren't great, though. Maybe a 6, 7, 8 Sanjiku eventually. On the left, you have a Dora there. Ricci Dora, probably. You have Penchan, 2 Penchan, and then some awkward pair shapes with a 9, 9 and 3, 3, 5. And now another 1-mon. It just throws it back. You look at that, you're going, is this really a Chitoi hand? No, just give it up and keep the Dora acceptance. And then that happens. And now you're like, maybe I should have considered cutting the 8, 9 so instead.
Ooh, well, that's going to be a Tempai draw for Christopher.
Is that Tempai? No, it's not.
If you drop the 8-so, then you have the 6, 9.
Oh, yeah, I guess it is.
But decides once more.
See, I disagree. If you're going to take the Ricci, then just take the Ricci. But
Wants to add Pinfu to this as well.
Yeah, trying to get the Pinfu and the Tanyao.
It is 3-sided. It's quite likely that you draw into it, but an early reach is certainly understandable as well. Would have no complaints about seeing the stick thrown out.
Well, the other thing is the 6 and 9 have already been discarded, so they may not be that great in the wall at this point.
You do see several of those being held by Toyman Brett.
Each.
Oh, well, there you go.
3-sided for Ricci Pinfu, potential Tanya on the 3 and 6 Mon. And the
9 so has 1 left, the 6 so has 1 left, and the 3 so has 3 left. Oh, no, wait, there's another 1. 1, 1, and 1. So 3 outs left.
Dong.
Oh, well, just get the Ipatsu.
Ipatsu replaces Tanya. You have 3 Han. No Ura, but still 5,800. And nice pickup for Christopher. Rewarded for
And a
the
direct
wood
hit on
shift.
4th place, so it gets Christopher out of 4th. And now it's a tuned pair, so you can call that. You want to get Honitsu from this. It's going to be very hard. You just keep drawing pin tiles, though. On the right, look at a Pinfu hand there as well. Also a floating door across the way. You have all those honors to get rid of. That's one where you're like, if I get some draws, if I get some turns, I can turn into something good. But right now, ugh. And on the left, feels like a 5, 6, 7 Sancho is your best path to value. Maybe Tanya on top of that. You also have a 3-pin to accept 2-pin Dora. Bit of a backfire there for Christopher when you have a floating 6, a floating 3, and a floating 6. Cuts the wrong one because that's always going to happen to you. I probably would have cut the 3 as kind of the prayer for the Sanshoku, but it's very close.
I wonder how long. I was just going to ask how long you want to keep this shape in the pin. By holding the 4 and the 8, you get multiple tiles of acceptance. But it started to become a question of which tile acceptance you wanted to lose, in the pin shape or in the so shape. And decided to hold the extra pair.
Shapes are basically established.
Yeah, because
calling the tune and just taking the tempai.
Exactly.
You'd say the 5, that's a terrible weight compared to a 7. And the answer is, well, the 4 connects to the Dora, but if you had the 8, it doesn't really do much.
And the 4 also has some very good upgrades.
Big Ishenten on the right now for Dora 2, and that's going to be the pull and tempai on that 5.
Ideally,
the 5 is actually really good in the wall. With the one that's discarded, it's the only one that's out.
Surprisingly good, yes. You would looking at the other
throw the 4 back.
Yeah, looking at the other discards, you're not expecting that those hands don't have a 5-pin.
And that's probably the thought on the change here, but it's not like 6-0's that much better.
You can still.
And you basically have up all your improvements except for I guess a 5-so.
Yeah, 5, so that 4 kind of ruins that. You still get the 3-pin as an upgrade.
Right, which you had before.
Mm-hmm.
Or even the 2-pin.
Yeah, I'll take a Dora. Brad's trying to think if this is Chitoy. Does decide that it is.
There's the 5, did come out.
Trying to decide what Brian wants to make out of this hand. Probably playing a little bit cautiously to the dealer call. You are expecting a tempai with all these Tsumokiri discards.
Well, there's your upgrade that you've been waiting for the whole hand. The 4-pin's not a particularly safe tile to push, but you get the Dora. Oh my goodness, look at that on the right.
Dora
that
3.
is instant Ricci. And yes, even the very conservative Zhang Yu says, Ricci Dora 3, that's good enough for me.
Brian also hoping to cut this off, calls into tempai on the 5-8-pin, and there's a 5! That'll be double roan.
Oh, and it comes right out. Double roan.
Tanya for Brian.
As cheap as you're going to get, other than the fact that one of them is dealer.
Yeah, go high for dealer.
You go, okay, whatever.
That does move Xiangyu to second, and Brian actually overtakes temporarily. We're only in these 4, but
India here with decent shapes, not much value yet though. Maybe Peiko now with that 8-so draw. On the right, we have yuck.
yep.
I'm looking at it, and the more I look at it, the more I'm disgusted. Across the
Cheetoy.
way,
Cheetoy. We'll
it
call
seems
it
like a
Cheetoy.
Tanyao. Well, yeah, I think you almost have to go Cheeto or something like that. And on the left, you have the Anko of the 8-mon, but the rest of the shapes are okay, I guess. We're looking to pair something up and call.
Brett cleared the Dora. Jensen, Xiangyu discarded it. Brian also does, so no one's going to be using Dora this hand. Very interesting hand for Brett. Looks like it wants to be Tanya
Ooh,
Ipeko.
Ishunten here for dealer for potential Rishi Pin Fui Peiko.
I kind of want to see a 1-pin draw into 3-so cut so that we can potentially see Dianpeko.
I mean, it'd be the same way if you do the 4-pin, but okay, there goes the 3. So I don't really understand keeping the 2-mon. I guess he's decided the shapes are locked up at this point. Okay, now keeping a safe tile. That one makes more sense to me.
Check out the shift that Brett's hand has made. Drew the 5-so, now has a chance at Richi Pinfu Sanchoki Peiko. If you draw the 5-pin.
Now there's the last Dora.
I forgot to mention Tanya
Oh,
as well
that
for that
is
hand.
Tempai on the left.
Ooh. You can take it.
Oh. Oh, just gonna fold out.
Well,
I
once a
think I just cut
Sanshoku.
the 5.
I think this is Sanshoku greed.
That is really greedy, and I'm usually a huge fan of Sanjku, but that's a bit much. We see a Dama across the way from Brett.
Brett probably sad about not drawing into the Sanshoku. Or the Ipeiko. Also maybe looking at his own discard pile and saying, I have no pin tiles. This looks really suspicious. We see a pawn.
We see a 9-pin pawn, but no Yaku there. He's taking a K10 call for now.
Wonder if it's worth it to drop the 6-mon there if you're Brett. And
Gee, I'm absolutely just taking my Tempai here if I'm dealer.
yeah, we're running out of tiles.
I think this has gone too long at this point.
Oh, well.
Oh, okay.
Draw it.
Well, the problem is the 7 is
Eat.
dead, I believe. Sarichi on the 6, maybe?
Yeah, 5,
Gonna
8.
wait on the 5-8.
Oh, the 6-9 put a 1. And no chase from Brett here. Just content to stay Dama with the Richi Pinfu Tanyao. Or with the Pinfu Tanyao. It does get the Tsimo.
But I feel leaving points on the table, as always, if you're just dominating that, especially in 4th place. You have a good weight. You're the first to Tempai. You have an open hand. That to me, that's just textbook Ricci. You just need to be getting those points. And instead, still in 4th place, even after that win, even after winning against a dealer Ricci.
Well, we are in the South round now, so chance to look at the standings, see where you stand, where you lie, and adjust your play accordingly. And Jensen starts out as dealer with Nishanten after the first discard.
Zhang Yu deciding to try and stay close here. I might have just called the West there, cut the 7, and then plan to cut the 5-5.
I wonder if we'll see a Ricci upon drawing an Anko of either the West or the South.
Oh, I think you have to.
Yeah, with the way that Jensen's been playing this, I think they will, but I'm not 100% sure. We've seen a lot of Dama hands.
Itsu developing there on the right. Do you cut the 7-8 and sell out for it? You need the 1 and 4, so it'd be quite a distance away to do it.
Can also go headless. Says to just commit to the Pinfu here.
Now you can always just pair up the 3 if necessary.
Right.
Home.
And there goes the south.
Looking to run it back as dealer with the 5-pin West Shabo.
Beach.
Yeah, but if you had called the west earlier, it'd be in so much better shape. Regardless, though, we have a reach. This is Richie Dora, and yeah, dealer getting out of here now. Richie Dora waiting on the 2-pin. There are the 2 discarded already, so going to be hard to fish this out of the wall, but there are 2 of them.
Jetson draws the Dora. Would be in Tempai if not for that.
Beach.
There's the chase, the 3-pin draw, as you said. Oh, the 2 comes
Oh,
out.
and there's the Ipatsu. There's the 2, the Gimbutsu 2. Doesn't want to deal into the Ipatsu and deals into the 2600 instead.
Very tight around the 30K mark. And that's like the
Rich.
3rd or 4th time we've seen a 2-pin deal into a Ricci here, when somewhat unexpectedly. Seems that is a danger tile at this table.
Brett is here as last dealer in 2nd place, or South 2 in last place, and not getting a great hand here. I don't know what you're going to do. I just play efficiency and hope. On the right, Pinfu type hand. Maybe pulling a 4-pin door and it's getting somewhere, but right now you're a long way off. Across the way, we have a tune call, and
Home.
the hand's already shunted, so you're feeling pretty good about that. Just try and move the game along, get into 2nd place and strike range of 1st. And on the left, Pinfu hand there as well, but similarly, it's a long way off. Dealer calls the Hatsu now. Can call the 1-pin. Mon can pull the 1-pin, and there, I figure it's going to come out right here. Does not.
Yeah, Brett found an alternate path. It wasn't looking good, but paired up the Hatsu and all of a sudden had a direct path. Ooh, con.
And you have to con, don't you? There. Oh, big hand.
So if you
Now
draw
you
the
just cut the
2-pin,
6, and now you're wondering whether you take the toy or not.
yeah,
Because you would have to cut Dora. Either of those is Dora. And similarly, I think the 1-pin almost has to come out fairly soon from from the right there.
yeah, it depends
As
on.
it's going to be hard for Brian to integrate because you don't want to throw the 5 either.
If you draw the
May
4,
just be folding out, which
you,
is fine.
yeah, if you draw the 4, you can drop the 1. If you draw the 2, then you can drop the 5. It's probably gonna hold that shape until Will's house drawn. Here we go. Choice.
By agreed.
Now
Now it's
gonna be
Suji
huge.
even. Oh, if that 1 comes out though. This is now Hatsu, Toy, Dora 2 or 3.
Chi.
And Tempai across the way for the 1, possibly 2 on.
Is this gonna shut down another massive hand for Brett? Surely not again.
The 2 gets pushed the
It's
wrong way.
Sumo!
Oh, Sumo!
It's gonna be the Mongon.
Draws the cheap end, but you're certainly taking. Brett's now in a commanding 1st place.
Knocks the rest of the players under 30K in one go. They were all over 30K just a moment ago.
Yeah, Brett was in a little bit of trouble there, sitting down at 25,000, but now in great positions. Everyone else is under 30K, and Brett's doing pretty well. But this hand isn't the one to fight with. We do see the 5-on call on the right, just looking for a Hatsu, maybe Toy, though. That's what you're really hoping for. Similarly, Toy, look at that hand across.
Toyman Ishunted for Chitoy already.
Chitoy, nah. That's Toy. That's maybe even Shosushi.
Yeah, that's what I'm really wondering. But the South has been twice cut, so very difficult to get that hand to come to fruition.
Yeah, I think I just still want to go Toy, Onitsu. Oh.
Throw it back.
Oh, I hate that draw so much because I think, yeah, you have to just give up and take the cheap hand now.
Honestly, I think Christopher might just go for Honitsu here. Well, if I am going for Honitsu,
Well,
I start
okay,
with
it's going
8-7.
Onitsu now. That's definitely commitment to it.
Home.
There's one call.
There's 1. Needs 1 more for Tempai.
We haven't gotten to Jensen's hand on the left. That looks like it wants to be a Sanchoku incorporating the Dora and 9-mon.
Could chi that for the Sanshku. I think I'd take it. Mainly because I don't think the hand's finishing any other way. Could have chi'd the 8 to have a floating 8, but I agree with passing.
Yeah, it feels like these honors should come out eventually.
Oh, and now we have Toy Toy on the right for sure. Those shapes are getting pretty locked in now.
Brian is committed
And
to those
Dealer
dragons.
is hoarding them, but could end up throwing both of them back to back.
There's one.
Uh-oh. It is looking very dangerous for Brett.
Yeah, dragon's dangerous to 2 players now. Khan!
Oh, and that may actually save Brett. We have Tempai across the way, too. If I'm Brett, I'm getting very concerned about that. But it comes out, and there's the Mungon! And doesn't pick up that, oh, maybe this is Toy Toy, and deals into a Mungon there. And now in second place, but still in a decent position. But now we have a new leader, and that is Brian, who's in a pretty good position here as dealer in South 3. You have a Dora, but these shapes are, ugh. Anytime you have 2 Penchon and 1, 2, 4 on top of it, as probably your best shapes in the hand, you just shaking your head and moving on. But look at that monster developing on the right for Christopher.
Ooh. Chun, once cut.
God, what a hand.
Twice in the wall.
That's one where I'm thinking, do we have Suiso Daisangen?
Yeah. We saw a push for Suiso just the other day on a Wednesday. A regular Wednesday broadcast featured, I guess it wasn't a broadcast, was it? We were just watching games casually, and we saw Suiso push.
Home.
Hold. I mean, gonna hedge it, not getting rid of that South just yet.
Oh, that would be so incredible. The South.
Home.
Hold. Oh.
I think the 7 pin is totally acceptable as a cut here too, because you're just lacking a pair. And the South could just as easily be a pair as the 7 pin.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I probably would have gone, oh, that should be a pawn. You just take your Tempai. Is it Chanta, Dora 2 there on the left, waiting on 2 pin? Well, now your Tempai for Shosangen Honitsu.
6 Han, Hanemon.
So, Christopher there with a Hanemon. Just the Chun Tonki. And Chun didn't look that dangerous, honestly.
It's been one.
It feels like it deals into the hand of the left for 1,000.
Ooh, do we switch the
Well,
weight?
now you just got the 3.
Well, 1 pin's twice cut,
wait,
though.
do you cut the 3? Yeah, because you'd be waiting effectively just on the Dora.
And do you really want to cut the 3?
Instead cuts the 1.
I guess the 6 just passed, but it could be something like Honitsu Toy Toy.
Well, when you have a hand like that, I think you're just pushing anyway. But noticing that the 1 pin is dead, so doesn't want to switch the Shampoo with 1 pin being one of the sides.
Brian counting the tiles.
Where are the Chun?
Oh, it's Tempai. He wants it. Oh my, pushes the 4 pin into this. And now there's no defense against the Shosangen.
Dora waiting on 7 mon.
There's the Chun!
Oh, there it goes! And a huge hand. Shosangen Honitsu, Hanemon, and the Riichi stick. Christopher now takes over first place, and Brett in a bunch of trouble in all last.
Dragons, the bane of Brett's existence right now. Gives away 20,000 points after taking first.
Dealer here is Christopher, and has a decent callable hand, can accept Dora. So, pretty good position altogether. When you look at where Christopher's sitting on the standings, this is the type of game you need.
Yes, absolutely. You want to run this up if at all possible. You do have the South pair to call and or acceptance now. We did see the Hatsu pass from Brett. Brett says, I need more from this hand now.
Yeah, this is one where where I'm thinking I want to cut my losses, and I just be calling for the Honitsu and Hatsu, maybe yet Chanta possibly later, or Toy Toy, but instead going for probably 2, 3, 4 Sanshku. But on the right, we have kind of ugly shapes, though. And on the left, definitely trying to get towards that 1, 2, 3 Sanshuku and a Chun call. You'd love to get Chant on top of it, but I don't think you're going to. Oh, well, there's Dealer just casually drawing the Anko of the South Wind and Ishanten now.
And one thing to note for Brett, even just winning 1,000 points keeps Jensen below 30,000 with you. If Jensen somehow wins this hand with 1,300 or more, that would push you as the only player below 30,000, meaning you lose 5 extra UMA points. So,
Right, and that's one of the big considerations when you're in this situation. Why I would have called is you're not only getting 3,900 points, you're also preventing the loss of -5 on top of everything else. Christopher gonna go ahead and get rid of that 3 mon now. Does give up actually a bunch of acceptance doing it this way.
yeah, for example,
Figuring I'm in first, I'd like to fold. I probably won't take Tempai if I end up there at the end of this hand.
though some of the acceptance would be the 9 so, which has been twice cut already. So really only losing the 3 on there. It does call into Tempai now. And look at the
And
win.
wins the hand, just like that.
Brett not actually upset about this result.
No, actually, that's a very good result for Brett because now Amongan Sumo will get back to third place. Actually, about as much as you could have hoped for. Yeah, Christopher has a pretty good starting end here as well. Ricci, Pinfu, pair up that Dora, and there's your Mongon. On the right, Kanyao type hand. It's about all you're going to get with it. You're trying to figure out a way to get it to 3,900, and it's going to be hard to do so. Maybe a Sanshuku with like 6, 7, 8, but it's a long way off. Ricci Tanya is probably your best route because the 2,600 would be enough with the Homba. Across the way, we see the Hatsu is passed, and that is technically Ishan 10, but would be Ricci Nomi. On the left, we have Pinfu hand there for sure, but you have that 3, 5, 7, 9 so you need to fix. Maybe an Itsu in Mon is the path to value, but just looking for any sort of Mongon to get first place. Well, just draw the Dora casually. That'll fix your hand.
I wonder if we can somehow add Tanyao here as well. It's definitely possible. 3-mon pickup looking very juicy here. Oh, there's a door for Jensen. So now the South call can put you over 30,000.
South Dora, I think it's just call and go at this point. You already have your pair with the 2 pins, so I'd call that.
Brett trying to build a Mongon here. Has no Dora. We can see that's very hard to find. There's only one left in the wall.
Brett's trying to add a Peiko here. Ricci Sumo, a Peiko, and then pray for Ura.
So it's Tempai on the left, but it's a Tonki weight, so we will not reach this.
Yeah, and this is one where you don't feel bad even if the 2 comes out. You don't want to Dama this. You don't want to Ricci this. Yes, even that. Well, now you at least have a Nobiton.
Doesn't even want that.
I think I at least take the Tempai. Whether I reach it or not is debatable.
Another
I think you
2-mon
have
comes
to
out.
upgrade the acceptance. And Brett says, okay, well, we'll take the really rough Shampoo with Hatsu dead, just waiting on the 7. It's just going to be Ricci Nomi no matter what you do.
Yeah, possibly thought there was only one Hatsu out. I know sometimes when you're scanning the discards for honors, it can be easy to miss the Hatsu particularly. However, this does apply some pressure to Jensen and might push us to a Yukoku if everyone decides to fold out here.
Well, the incentives at the table are basically everyone should be folding out. That's what it looks like is going to happen. Well, now you have another Tempai chance there on the left, but you have to push the 3 pin, which is really bad against this. Will do so, though. This is a Ricci Dora 2, so Sumo's enough to get first place.
We can see Itsuma will not happen, though, all the 8-pin being held. And perhaps likes the fact that the 8-pin is Suji to the first Ricci, hoping that it will come out eventually, but looks like we will safely be making our way to Ryukoku
Well,
here.
now it's safe to both. We'll see if it. Okay, yeah. There are enough safe tiles for Christopher to not push it. And that's going to be the result is 2 players temping. Christopher will be in first place here.
As this was the last round of the game, dealership passed, and so the game will end with 2 G6 in the middle. We will lose those points. However, Christopher will grab the plus 26.5. Brian takes the second place with plus 9.7. And Jensen, a small loss, negative 9.2. And Brett minimizes some damage by making sure that Jensen is under 30,000 at the end of things. Only takes negative 27 here. And we will attempt to update the scores. And as we do so, we'll also should check. Now, I believe you had said that this is the last game from this table.
Yeah, the B3 games we were planning on going over got a reschedule last minute. So they're not going to be today. We're probably in a big gap between now and the A1 games.
Okay, so we have some options. We can pause and come back later for those games. We could do log reviews in the meantime.
I think it's up to you. It's an hour 20 before those games are scheduled to start. So we could do some log reviews or we could just hang it up.
Okay, well, I am kind of curious to take a look at a log or two, and maybe depending on how long those take, we can make a decision on the later games.
All right, what are we going to do? I have a bunch of logs from my old games this week. I have not done my normal log reviews of my own. But regardless of what we do, it's going to be kind of awkward. If you have your own logs, we can pull those up too.
Yeah, perhaps we could do mine. I do know that we will take probably need to take a minute to set all that up. So perhaps we should take a quick few minute break to prepare the logs, and when we come back, we will take a look at probably one of my logs from earlier this season. So look forward to that.
All right, and we're back. This is Korak along with Nathaniel doing a log review for Nathaniel. One of the things we wanted to talk about is just what are you looking for in a log review? First of all, the question is why are you doing them? And the short answer is to know, okay, am I improving? What am I missing? Is my mental state correct? Is my physical state correct? Am I paying attention to everything I should notice on the table? Is my efficiency good? Am I building for value? Am I folding when I'm supposed to be looking to be folding? Is there something I completely missed at the table happening? And that's really your root of any log review is, did I miss value? Did I miss something else that was happening on the table? Was someone building towards Honitsu and I just missed it? Or was somebody bluffing Honitsu? That type of stuff altogether. Is there a toy I missed? So we're just going to go ahead and jump in here and I'll let Nathaniel take over.
All right, so this is a game that I played in the first session. This is game number 3, and a small asterisk here. In the first 2 games, I had a 4th place and a 1st place, I believe. So kind of even over the board, 0% deal-in rate, and that did affect me during this game. And we start off in East 1. I'm in the north seat. Around the table, I believe this was the table that had Kenyon, Amy, and Tucker. So a mix and variety of playstyles here. First high pie, we have a Dora, we have an Anko, and a couple good shapes. Probably going to try to incorporate this Dora if possible, but going to play normal efficiency here at the start. Discarding some of these terminals and honors. And we've got to this point. The shapes really haven't improved. We have 3 penchants, and we have drawn a connector to the Dora, so probably just going to keep this Dora shape if at all possible and break away from the other penchants. We'll start with the 1-2 so because that seems to be the weakest shape so far. The East hasn't come out yet, but hard to use that in my own hand. 5 so as well is awkward. We've got to the end of the first row here, and my hand really hasn't improved all that much here. I'm starting to wonder how likely it is I'm going to win, and I want to look around the table and see if anyone else is getting close. Interesting, our Kamicha has discarded an entire row of Tsumokiri. The first Tadashi is this 5 so. I'm not sure that I noticed that in game, but kind of funny to see at this point.
I think your shape's just bad enough. You don't care. Just keep going. Pretty standard efficiency. Now you paired up 2 Dora. I almost like cutting the 1 pin here, going Tanya.
Yeah, I believe that's going to be my plan here. 1 pin and then 9-mon, 9-mon. Oh, we'll take another
wow,
Dora.
especially if you draw another Dora, and I didn't even have to think about it. That hand feels like it plays itself. There you go. Oh, I hate. Okay, there you go. You have a whole bunch of options here for the Tempai upgrades. So you're just looking for anything at this point.
And we're hitting the 3rd row now. I'm not sure where the rest of the table is in terms of their hand, but they probably don't have a lot of value because I've got 3 at the Dora here.
I don't care where the rest of the table is. You just go. This is single player mahjong.
And here we get Tempai.
So you can Dama cutting the 8 pin. That would also give you Sananko, or you can Richi and just take the good weight.
The good weight is a little bit tricky because there are 3 9 pin cut, and we can't see the 6 pins. Likely those are being held, but the 9 pin has a chance of coming out. Sanako is so tempting as well because that guarantees Tanyao. Tanyao Sanako Dora 3 is Hanuman. In the end, I chose
Each.
Torichi the good weight. Quote unquote good weight. How do you feel about that one?
I can see it. I think I actually really like the cutting the 8 pin here and just going Dom. I could even cut the 7 pin weight and the hell weight 8 as Gimbutsu as a safe tile, but I think it's a hand that just has so much value. The 7's only really dangerous against dealer if there's a Richi anyway.
Yeah.
And you can change it to anything.
Unfortunately, even with even with 2 8 pins coming out, that doesn't necessarily make the 9 pin look super safe against me. So me lacking any mon upper pin discards. And the other thing about the 7 pin here is I could draw a number of good weights later on
Like
and
7
switch off.
so would be a great
Exactly.
upgrade.
And so, yeah, of course.
Oh no!
Of course, I would have drawn the Hanuman. And once that happens, you know you're not going to win the hand. We go to Yukoku. And I believe the
No,
9...
that's a standard play. That's what most people do, just especially if you're not even thinking much about the hand. The 9 was in the wall.
Yeah, 9 wasn't the
But you
dead wall.
figure the 6 was probably pretty bad here because there's aren't any mid tiles out there. So, and when I'm taking this Dama, I'm not thinking of the 7 pin as a winning tile. I'm trying to get rid of it and connecting to one of my other shapes.
Yeah, Sadako is a hand that I just don't have enough faith in, and I should because it's a lot of value. But
when you have 3 Dora good weight, you immediately just generally think Ricci. It's
right.
Is it that much better than your alternative here? But no, I can see going either way.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time on that discard and was very sad to see that it didn't pay off. Hey, I got 2,000 points, right? There's a Rigi stick in the middle. And so we go into East 2. I have the Haku pair, and okay shapes. We'll hope to improve off of this 8-9, but we'll start with the South.
That's a lot of words to say call and go because this hand's garbage.
And another South, and we will call and go here. Dealer also makes a call, and we draw the perfect penchant fill, so Ishanten now very wide. We just need to find a pair of anything, and that works. So
there you go.
take the
Nobitan. You kind of want to get out of pin if possible, but the 1 so isn't a good tile, so get rid of that.
And we take the win.
There you go. Good enough. Get your reach stick back.
Okay. East 3, High Pi. Great. We've got excellent shapes everywhere. 2 pairs, but we can work out of that. There is the Dora Chun, which is a little awkward because it's... I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to use it.
Well, Dora is kind of your value here. You want to hold on to it as long as possible. But you're generally just playing efficiency until then. I want to cut the 9-mon pair before I cut Chun. Yeah, especially now.
We do see a Chun come out, and I said now is the time to just follow through.
I feel like this is going to be Ricci Nomi if you throw it now, and I don't want that.
That is fair. Yeah, it is likely to be Ricci Nomi or Ricci Pinfu you can draw around this.
Well, if you get Pinfu, I'd feel fine with it. But even here, you're looking at it and going,
With the Dora cut, Ricci Nomi feels less bad.
Yeah, this is about when I'd be getting rid of that Chun. So
pain.
This is the problem.
So now you could
cut.
I like
cutting the 9-mon a while ago, but it's okay. I just want to I don't think this hand is worth winning as it is.
There are a lot of upgrades out of the shape. If you draw, say, 5 pin or 3 pin, you can cut 9-mon. And if you draw the Anko, well 9 was early.
I'm planning on cutting 9-mon like ages ago. Maybe even going Dora-Tonki with this.
Yeah, definitely some regret about missing out on Dora 2. And we're not getting exit draws. I can keep the 7, but it seems kind of equivalent to this 4.
Yeah, I kind of get rid of it now. This hand isn't worth winning. I want to be keeping safe tiles.
One reason to keep the 7 is to angle towards a 6, 7, 8 Sanchoku, but I've already dropped the 9, and there's some potential Fujiten issues there, so I just threw it back.
Yeah, you cut the 1 pin as your other choice.
Right. And here we are. We have our Tempai, and I don't even want it.
Yeah, and now you're Tempai, and you don't want this Tempai, especially with 2 9-mon already out. So you'd be Shumpo and just waiting on the 4. So this is why I wanted to get rid of those 9-mon way earlier.
And here, instead of the 1 pin, you can also cut the 9-mon or the 4. So
yeah, I think you get rid of the 9-mon instead. This hand again is not worth winning. And there's the 4. So
I can switch to the 5, but I'm still hoping to draw. Even a 3 so isn't that great.
I kind of like holding the 4 so and cutting the 9. I hated those 9s from turn 3. And I still hate them.
At this point, they're probably still in my hand because I'm expecting a Ricci and they're pretty safe. But I am prepared to just fold out of this. I'll take a Tsumo if I get the last 4 so randomly. But I'm just ready to fold.
The 5 isn't that safe that you got pushed.
Yeah.
No one looks very good except maybe the dealer here.
Okay. That's an alternative Tempai, but the 8-mon is dead.
Yeah. Throw the 9.
Yeah, the 9's the correct cut there.
Yeah, that's a mistake.
I might have missed one of the 8-mon in the discard pile. Like maybe I saw these 2 and missed that there's one here.
Even so, Pinfu waiting on the 5's better anyway.
This looks like a call for K10, so I'm okay pushing the 7, so...
Well, so I wonder, noting that, do you call the 6 yourself and cut the 9?
So G6. I definitely considered that, I think, but decided against it ultimately. But yeah, she dropped the 9, and I can draw back into Tempai
Well, you're
for
losing
Tanya.
Tempai. Yeah, there's also a Tanya out, but it's so
Yeah,
late.
yeah, you still have Tempai,
You're
but you can,
you're doing that to skip a draw. That'd be no reason.
and that's where like having the 6 instead of a 9 here would be super helpful.
Chi.
You can chi the 6 here and have a Tempai on the 7 that you can actually win with instead of a 7-9 shape that you can't win with.
All right, well, I feel RS is going to play itself. Could even pull in the 7 there,
Boom.
too. Deny the dealer a turn.
And we go to Ryukoku, 3 players Tempai. So feeling like I misplayed that hand, but it's okay, we didn't get super punished for it. And this hyper looks pretty strong. Let's look at our first draw. Pair up. Good shapes
Should
elsewhere.
be the 9 pin.
Yeah, we're going to drop the 9. We're going to drop the Hatsu. No,
There's 4-10, but I don't care.
We have a good chance of drawing 3-sided. Now there's
I'm
Ipeko.
cutting the 2. I still want to keep the 8 as a floater get that 5, 6, 7, 8 shape. The 2 doesn't do anything in this hand. I want to keep it.
Yeah, the only thing the 2 gives is like the 1 and the 3, and the 1 isn't amazing.
The 1's terrible, and the 3's an overlap. I don't want either of them. And now you're looking at 4-10, but honestly, I wouldn't care.
No, I'll take a Ricci if I get that, especially if I draw Dora. 2 calls now. That's a Dora discard from the player to my right.
Dora discard and a Dora call, so I feel a little squeamish.
Into
but
a 3/5.
You just take it.
Even the south is a little scary because this might be Honitsu in the Dora suit. And now it
Well,
really looks like Honitsu in the Dora suit.
Yeah.
But this is Tempai, so do we take the Ricci?
Well, you're not easy Ricci. Ricci, Pinfu, possible Dora. I wouldn't even take a second on this one. Smash the button.
That's a Dama for me. I think I was concerned with the fact that I didn't think I was ever going to see another Dora discard from anybody. And
what better reason to Ricci? If it's not going to come out from anyone else, you might as well get the sumo value from it.
The other thing is this person also dropped the Dora, so I'm concerned that they are close to Tempai, even though these discards don't quite look like it.
Boom.
And okay, they're doing Shinitsu, that's why. Can I push this 8?
It's fine.
Probably.
I'd push it. Of course, I'd have just, again, this is why
you would have reached it a long time
that
ago.
way I
Yeah.
don't have to think about it.
Boom.
As far as I'm concerned, the only advantage of Dama here is to pull on the 6 so upgrade, but that's not much of an upgrade.
Yeah, the other thing here is that if this person's actually going for Chinitsu, they will probably drop us a Dora 7, whereas if I Ricci, they might just give up. Now that they've called twice...
Yeah, that's an incentive. Yeah, now you've kind of put yourself in a rough position.
Come.
I considered calling the Ricci there because this person really can't defend. After the con...
Well, now you have 2 Dora. Now you actually
I just
have
threw a
the
stick in.
option to Dama.
So when I Dama, you want a Ricci. When you say, hey, you have the option to Dama, that's when I throw the stick in. I want the Ura. And I don't think this person's folding. I don't think this person's
No,
folding.
I don't
but...
think either of them are folding. Yeah.
So I'll take my points now.
Nah, that's a push.
That's a Tempai.
hard push.
That's a Tempai.
Yeah.
Each.
And then I believe this is Tucker who's pushing. I believe the seating here is Tucker on the left, Amy on the right, Kenyon across the table. And
Dom.
that deals into Honitsudora 2. Oh, sorry.
Honitsudora
Honitsudora 1. I had the Dora 2.
You do have extra food there with the con, though.
And Tucker was dealer as well. Had Reach Pinfu, Dora.
This is something to always remember about Ricci is you have the power in the first Ricci. They have to fight against you. And there are some people that can and will do it, but a lot of the time you'll chase people off, especially from a lot of these marginal type hands that are going to take a couple calls to turn into anything useful. So I think this is one where it could have been a lot worse, but I think you could have just shut the hand down and moved on.
Yeah. So I think with the Dama, I was hoping this player would continue to push bond tiles and deal into me, but they ended up just not
but at
drawing
that
anything.
point, it's Pinfu Nomi. I don't even care
Well,
that much about it.
Pinfu
In
Nomi or
South
Pinfu
3, I
Dora,
could make
yeah.
a much better case for a dominant if it were South 3. But it's East 3, you have a long way to go. You need the points. Any type of buffers could be real help.
It turns out that probably wouldn't have made a
Yeet.
difference. Well, depending on the early reach, probably wouldn't have made a difference. Whether it's the reaching the 4 or the 2, probably not. And Amy ends up taking this hand. So we go to East 4, my dealership. Feels like another missed opportunity there for me. And still in first. Oh, not in first anymore after that hit. Also is a bit of a feels bad, but we'll start playing and hoping to draw into 1, 2, 3.
Scoop, maybe an Apeco. Anything's fine here.
Boom.
Yeah, just play efficient. And most of the early hands should be just autopilot. I would not be throwing the 3.
Yeah, the 3 is a unique cut.
The 3 connects to Dora, and especially if you draw the 4. The 2 feels like it's kind of off. The 6 isn't doing much in this hand. I kind of like keeping the 3 a lot.
The reason I dropped the 3 here is because if it is connected to the Dora, but I already have a connector with the Dora, I'll happily upgrade this 8 into a 5. And the Ipeco feels kind of...
it's kind of dying.
Yeah.
That would be the other reason to cut the 3.
And then I'm headless here. I really want to pair, and any of these tiles could be my pair. It's actually more likely that I pair up any of those tiles than the 3, except for maybe this 2, so...
Alternatively, I don't mind 3 being my head.
Yeah, you could end up cutting 2, 1, and just switching to a Tanyao. I was still holding out hope for the 1, 2, 3 Selchuku, though.
No, I'd probably have cut 2 so here.
June isn't super helpful. We also saw the West call from the non-West player. So just something to... It's in the back of the head.
There's your pair.
And the 2 so comes out
Ooh.
immediately afterwards. We are giving up on the 1, 2, 3
Tupin's kinda
Sancho.
dying. Yeah, I'm wondering about that, because this is another one I don't think the hand's worth winning this way. I'd have cut 6 so now.
Yeah, it's Richinomi now. It's each on 10, but Richinomi, I might still
If you
take
get
it.
Tempire, you're going to take it. That's really the decision you have to make right now.
Yeah, on the 2-pin looks rough. So if you're not going
And
to
if
take the
that's
Richie
the
on the
case, you
2
can
pin,
always
then you
just
cut
the
the 1,
1 pin.
3.
Yeah. And I've given up on this hand. I'm folding.
Yeah, these draws have not been good. Oh, there's a Dora. Well, now I'll Rishi on the 2 pin. Oh. Oh.
Well, I guess the 3 pin would have dealt in if you got there.
Yeah, surprise! Chitoi. Tanya Tsumo. Painful as I eat the
But it
Oyakaburi.
just gotten there. There was a Tadashi in the last turn.
Yeah,
So
there
I think
was.
it would have been out of your hand by time.
And I think Amy was looking for a better weight than that. It just happened to Tsumo.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Well, this is just a Tanya hand. I'm just trying to figure out if it's going to be a callable or not. And you just roll through the first 5 or 6 turns.
All right, so AB dealer now. We at 40,000 points. And we have a bit of a mess of a hand here. Probably just going to start with 1 pin and some of these honors. We can draw Dora 3-mon twice, so I might want to hold on to the shape despite how much I hate it. Just doesn't feel like we have a lot going on for us. Might just turn into a Tanya.
Yeah, I'll cut the 1-mon fairly soon. You don't care about that. But the early draws should be just bit. Once you've done a few of these, your first 5, 6 turns are to be just easy.
Yeah, here I could even cut the Haku over this 8s. But at this point, I think I was
kind of like keeping
prepared
safe tiles.
to fold.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind just giving up on this hand. There isn't much here.
Well, my save tile's paired up.
Okay, there you go. Cut the... Oh.
Usually you cut the
I'm just
1-mon
cutting the
here.
1.
I'm trying to figure out...
1's way more standard. Well, you're getting rid of the 4 now. We have a chance.
Yeah.
I don't like the rest of your shapes. I'm cutting 1.
So if I thought I had a chance to make it to Tanyao, I would cut the 1. But I don't think this is going to turn into Tanyao anymore, so I want to hold maybe a slightly safer
I would like to
tile.
be able to draw the 5.
Yeah, that's a good point. 5 for the 3 first 5 Sanchoku would be nice.
I'm not even thinking Sanshuku. I'm thinking just any sort of shape for this garbage.
Yeet.
Yeah, I very much have the mentality of I'm prepared to fold, and I'm going to fold at the slightest sign of danger, and here's a sign of danger, so...
Yeah, it doesn't get more dangerous than Ricci. By 3rd place, close to 4. Well, now you're Ishenton for Chitoi. I'd push the Suji.
Yep, it also came out. 1 is Suji. I wish I had that 1
That's
back.
good enough. Yeah, whatever.
I'm still thinking, like,
Shin's safe.
if I draw into Tempai on any of these tiles, can I push 7? Can I push 8? Can I push 5?
I don't think there's an incentive to.
Yeah.
Like, you can,
Maybe
but
the
I don't really
5,
think
but
Chitoi Nomi's good enough.
we do
It'd
see.
be the question. Are you a push here is pushing for K10?
Yeah.
So unless I get it like last turn or two, I'm not going to push it.
We do see 2 door out, and it is a non-dealer Ricci. But pin tiles look kind of rough. And well,
Well, now is your decision point.
can I push the 7? Can I push the 8?
Well, the advantage of push the 7 or 8 is everyone else is using pin tiles too. But I don't think it's worth it here. I'm just going to pay.
I have 5-5 and 4-4. I was thinking like 7 might be okay, but I just don't like any of this. I also go pay.
Chance third row. I'm not pushing that.
Plus, I can draw back into Tempai later.
Yeah, that's how I'm viewing it as well.
Dora twice cut.
Yeah.
I'm reading folds around the table, so I don't mind pushing it. I'll go draw.
There you go. Now I would be thinking of pushing.
So if I'd waited on the 7, then we'd have a roan here, assuming the 4 passes.
Whatever. Ooh. I'm cutting the 7. Boo!
I decided I didn't want to push the 8. Despite the fact that I can see 3 7s now, I decided that even if I can call for Toy Toy, I don't want to push the 8. And so I folded. But 7...
As long as it's not the last turn, I'm cutting the 7.
Yeah, 7 is the play to make if you're pushing.
Well, I guess the 2 wouldn't have come out if you hadn't thrown it.
Let's check the weight. Oh, 5-8. I would have been fine.
Alright. Ricci Nomi.
Yeah, pending Uda.
Which is what you'd figured, but it's fine. Well, it's South 2, you have a Yakuhai, the rest is shaped. Well,
2 Yakuhai.
Okay, now you have to think about what you want to do with this hand. This is one where you could spend a lot of time on it. You could cut really any of the 3 suits. You could just cut the East and hedge everything. I kind of like cutting either the East or the Penchon.
Yeah. If you're going for Huitsu, it's difficult to tell which suit it wants to be in. I mean, Dora suit is usually the first consideration, but the shapes are really awkward there. You have a Yamen, but only 2 tiles in the Bonzu, and then...
Well, you didn't even care about the Dora suit if you have 2 Yakuhai.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think I want to hedge here with an honor discard. Or the Penchon, either one's fine. I think I would with the honor, though.
Oh, well, Penchon.
Yeah.
Nah,
West is,
I don't like West.
West is my Yakuhai. Was once cut but not followed, so there's a reasonable chance it's in the wall. Hatsu's twice cut.
Yeah, Hatsu's useless to you.
And I'm just not drawing useful tiles. Toyman.
Even Daiminkan the South.
Dealer looks like they're actively making progress here, and I'm just treading water. I'm kind of prepared to start calling for just double Yakuhai if I get
I would
can fill any of these good shapes. I guess I was holding the Dora floater.
Yeah, I'd get rid of the Penchon.
Even the Penchon's fine, yeah.
Boom. Each.
Dealer reach.
Yep, I'm out. Forget this.
What? East is slight push. I have safer tiles.
It's one's cut. Yeah, it's dealer, but it's like, whatever. Oh, geez. Just jam it. Question is, we push the 1 or the 2? I think we have to go for it at this point. This hand's worth going for. I'm probably just gonna 1 pin.
Yeah, one thing I didn't add to my computations was the fact that there were 2 Ricci sticks here. That does improve the incentives for pushing. I decided to break away from the Mon block, thinking that I could get the 5 to pass as well.
No, let's see. You should be done by now.
Yeah, so if I could be Tempai on the 6 Mon here. And I'm also...
On the Genbutsu 6 Mon, no less.
Yeah, Amy is pushing.
Sananko, double Yakuhai on Genbutsu. I'd be drooling.
Yeah, I did not see this hand turning into Sananko. Again, a Yaku that I undervalue.
Ew.
After this 8 cut, 6-9 feels I guess it's one chance, but I'll push the 5. If I draw into Tempai in the upper so again, I'll push the 2.
Yeah, you can push the 2 for sure.
つも
Small.
That's fine.
Tanya. Let's.
So 6 never came out.
Ah, they remain held.
Oh, yeah.
6-9 pin. Makes sense.
Oh, because the
Dora
6 was
shape.
dead. That was the problem.
Yeah.
Rating on Dora.
And it turns out the 2 would have passed. 6-0 would have passed as well if I had to push it. But in the
I'm
end,
seeing a consistent pattern where Nathaniel's chickening out and getting punished for it.
yeah. Now I did mention I was playing a little weird this game because I had that 0% deal-in rate through the first 2 games, and it was affecting me. I was very much playing an anti-deal-in strategy. So this hand,
That's stupid.
yeah, I was not. I was letting my sort of. I was not playing
You're letting
standard
it go
Mosh
to
as
your
a
head, and
result.
you're in a version of tilt, just not what you normally think of as tilt.
Right? This kind of looks like Junchan.
Yeah, I agree. I want to cut 6, so
I gave up on it. I said to go for 1-2-3 Sanshoku over the Junchan possibility.
well, I have a Dora, so I guess that's about the only thing that helps. But I'd be getting out of those Yakuhai
The reason
over
I'm
the 7-9 cut. You cut a Kanchan over those tiles. I don't like this.
So the reason I'm cutting in this fashion is because I am not a believer that this hand will finish. So it's going to be these blocks: 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3 pair. That's what it's going to be. If I never draw those tiles, then I don't win. But I've already committed to never dropping this Dora, going for the 1, 2, 3 Sanchoku.
Finger full. The shapes are garbage.
Yeah, it's basically preparing to fold. Which again is a little bit because of the no deal-in bias that I had. So there will be backfires everywhere.
Eight's a bit of a push. I wouldn't have pushed the 8.
Yeah,
These
this
shapes
does look
are
like
irredeemable.
a Jinitsu
It
type.
looks like Ishan 10, but that could deal in. 4's fine.
缶
So much for my Sanchoku plans
1
Yep.
and Kanatorichi. So I'm out. The 2-1 isn't even safe here. 1's probably okay.
The 2 is not safe. The 1 is probably fine.
But I've been holding this west for forever. There's very reason. And yeah, this will just be folding. I do end up dropping from the 1-pin Anko. And I don't think I ever get that chance to be Tempai. And hey, 2-pin would have dealt in.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. A lot of the times with those with an Oncon like that, it's because it was a 2-2, 3-3-3 shape, and then something else finished where they're hedging towards Ipeco.
Yeah, and the con creating that wall for everyone to see really makes those tiles look juicy. But impressive, the player to the right also managed to find Tempai as well. So I'm losing a little bit more. South 3 continuance. This hand looks... It's got a Dora, so it's fine. We can push this. We also have the chance at double South here.
This looks like Itsu and not much else.
There's a small Sanchoku chance now, but I don't think I want it.
Yeah, I think I just cut the South, kept the Penchon, kept the 5.
Yeah, now that it's once cut, I will follow. It's another Dora.
I think you have to just keep the Dora. I'm cutting probably the 5, so.
Yeah, I want this Itsu, but now that I have 2 pairs, if I'm never dropping this Dora, Itsu looks really hard. Because if I draw into Peiko here, then there's no way I can make the Itsu happen. So maybe I actually drop away from the mod block, but I do go with a 7. I guess I'm still
If
hedging
you're
the
gonna drop
Itsu.
that, it cut the 5 instead of the 7, because the 7 can upgrade to a shape around the edge, whereas the 5 is gonna be 4-5 or a 5-6.
3 mana is a huge pickup. Now the Itsu's actually looking real.
There you go. Now the hand looks very clearly set up as it is. Call the 1, call the 7.
Yeah, that's the
Or
question
you don't
is,
care,
are you
get
willing
over 30K.
willing to call for the 2,000 plus sticks? And the answer is yes, I am. Please stop dropping my tiles. I want
Ooh.
those.
No, I kind of just want to cut 8 so.
Yeah, so what I was thinking here was I've got Samanchan in the lower section, and I've got this Suji 8 after an early 9 so cut. It looks like a very good weight. If I can draw into Tempai here,
It's
Ricci,
okay. It's how much do you value the call is what it comes down to.
right? And I figured, call for 2,000 plus sticks versus Ricci for 3 Han minimum. That I feel like I'm going to get because 147 is so strong, and the Suji trap's quite good as well. I preferred that. So I'm leaning heavily towards the Shampoo weight. There was actually some interesting hesitation on the 7. Like, it lasted for quite a while, so I was concerned that there's an 8 over here. And then more 7s come out.
Definitely cut the 9. You should 100% be cutting the 9 mon there, not 9 so.
Yeah, so this is 9 mon is the correct efficiency play. This is the play to...
Oh, you're doing it to disguise the 8.
Yeah, I'm committing to the Suji trap. And then all the 7s come out. I'm feeling very good about this 8. So if only I can draw a 1, a 4, or a 7 mon. I'll hold the safe-ish north. Yeah, twice cut. Don't mind me, I don't need any Sozu tiles. Please, 147. Ah! I could be Tempai now. Don't fail me now.
Eat.
No.
Man, they'll get boots to 7 mon, no less.
I'm feeling very frustrated at this point. And the 147's dying out.
Why'd you cut the east instead of the north?
It was the east.
Oh, I guess there are 2. You're fine.
Yeah. The north was full safe.
North is full safe. East could deal into Tonki.
Yeah, it should be the north. I'm not sure why I did the east there.
No, north anyway. I mean, you're calling down for Tempai if you can.
Hello, Dora.
Ooh. Okay, well, you just reach you this.
Do we reach you that Shampoo Suji trap I've been setting up this whole time, or do we reach you 147? 6 mon, not
I think
save.
the 1 is how are the outs? 111, 7, 7,
4.
Uh,
That's 6 tiles visible, which means 6.
I like just jabbing the 6.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I like jamming the 6 mon.
I thought long and hard about it. I was not expecting to draw Dora. I was kind of caught off guard. Because I was expecting to just draw the Samanchan, jam the 6 into the Shampoo weight. When I drew this, I realized I have another option. I can go with the safe 2 mon and get that a different Shampoo, that same Suji trap, which actually looks, the 8 still looks pretty decent against Kenyan across the table because the 7 so are held, but I said Samanchan's the way to go.
Don't.
And it wasn't.
The only is if it was stuck on the 4-5 from turn 1.
Oh, that was so frustrating. Because I'd been setting up this thing the whole time, and I had the chance to take it. I didn't even take it and dealt in as a result. It turns out I wouldn't have gotten it. Although Tucker plays defensively, and the 8 so might have come out. He just draws Genbutsu the rest of the way, and wouldn't have ended up coming to fruition.
Don't.
So this was my first deal in the season. Very sad. Now I'm in 3rd place, and I could fall to 4th. It's South 4, so Sumo is really bad against me. But I've got a high pie. That's pretty decent, so let's make the best of it. Start with some of these honor cuts, and these draws have been amazing.
That's a nice little draw.
I mean, this is looking to be Ricci Pinfu, maybe Sanshoku. Ah!
Yeah.
I mean, that's good, but it's not what I wanted.
I want to cut 8 so.
Yep. Leaves the Sanshoku open. Takes the Ishanten.
No, throw it back. Worthless.
Oh. Pull to the right. Please don't be fast Tanyao. I want this hand. Tempai.
Oh, well, you just smash it. Reach
Yeah.
is good enough.
I wasn't gonna wait around for the 5. That I could get the 8 anyway. So
No, 1-4 is a great weight anyway.
yeah, 1-4 Ricci Dora. I'll take that as dealer. Hey, a 4. Finally. Couldn't find one last round, but we get the Mongon, and now we're in second place with a chance to fight for first. There's a possible Itsu here.
Oh, cutting the 1.
Oh, that's an interesting
Jesus.
choice.
What are we doing here? I just cut Haku and not really think about it.
Haku's
You have
is
double
definitely the
Keiko
normal
options,
cut.
you have a pair. The 5 still works a good floater. I just cut Haku. If you're keeping Haku, you're almost selling out Honitsu and should be cutting 5 mon.
Yeah, I think this is Honitsu hedge saying the shape's kind of weak anyway, and if I draw around the 5, anything around the 5 mon, I'll be dropping away from it. And I'm expecting to draw around the 5 mon, so I might as well hedge it while I can. It does lose a block, so we are dropping back a bit.
There's your Peiko. There you go. I wish I had that 1-3 right now.
Yeah, could be Ishanten.
Oh.
Absolute pain. Tempai on the 6-9, so for Ricci, Pinfu, potentially Peiko. Punished for the
And
greed.
everyone else is looking at your discard pile and laughing. Because we've all been there.
Option to Chi actually and just commit. But I wasn't ready to do that yet. This hand's gonna take some twists. So now I'm Ishanten.
Are you?
Yeah, I can drop the 4.
Yeah.
But now I draw this 3. Now I have Peiko chance. So we're gonna cut away from this mon block.
Yeah, I don't hate that decision. I'm sure you backfire on this one.
I hate to see this 9, so. Peiko's dying.
Chi.
Let's go. Let's go for Chinitsu.
ち
It's late. It's probably the wrong choice, but so many things have gone wrong this hand. I'm just gonna commit. And hopefully scare people away. That's a draw.
Yeah, that'll improve significantly. Looks like your
Yeet.
tile's getting squeezed, though. Well, never mind.
Thankfully,
Oh, that's a nice discard.
thankfully that 3 came out. And now I'm Tempai.
Ooh, yeah, that's a monster Tempai, too. 3-sided.
2-3-5.
2-3-5.
And there's a Ricci player where 2 So's Gembutsu. I've got no So overflow. Push the safe tile. This was an interesting cut here.
Obviously, the 9. Easy. You just have to cut the 9, so.
If I drop the 3, though, I can win a 5 for Itsu as well.
I don't care. Cut the 9, so.
I momentarily thought about the Itsu, but 6-9 is so dead. I mean, it's not a bad weight either. It's what, 5-6-9? But the 9 so is so dead, and the 6 is probably not coming out. I really thought I could get the 2.
Chi. Long.
But it didn't end up happening. The Rishi does end up coming to
matter.
fruition. So second place in that game. A couple moments in that game where I played somewhat passively. I will say that was to some degree because of the situation coming to the game. So I'll need to fix that mentally. And then that sort of efficiency thing at the end. I did end up going Chinitsu, but could have
You
just
stalled so long that you were behind everyone.
I
else,
could have just
basically.
won the hand most likely if I had just played it normally. And after that game, we played one more, the final game of the set. And I'm positive right now I'm at something like +6. It is, let's turn off the hands and weights. Oops, did I?
Is this the same game or did we switch?
We've switched now. This is the final
Okay.
game of the set. Let me see.
Oh, this hand's grim.
Boom.
Now that I've got the monkey off my back, now that I finally dealt in, I'm not feeling as passive. So let's play normal discards here. There was maybe a little bit of thought of
Two
E2.
pen. I don't like 2-pin.
You just like the West here?
Yeah, or even the 1-so is fine.
Yeah.
Like technically the 1, 3, 4, 6, but I kind of want to just go Tanya with this.
Yeah, this
So
hand
I
doesn't
don't
look.
necessarily think 2 is anything other than a pair candidate.
In this case, I'm feeling so feeling this hand is so unlikely to win that I just want to hold this West for a little bit longer. I might hold it for a really long
I
time.
like 1-so. The more I look at it, the more I like 1-so.
Yeah, 1-so feels quite natural as a discard.
It also gives you that 3, 4, 5 Sanchoku. And yeah, now what are you gonna do?
Maybe.
Like I think it's 1 mod anyway.
Yep, commit to the 3-4-5 because we want the Dora.
Boom.
And
Okay, I'm out. Forget this. Unless I want to cheat that 3. That'd be the only reason. If I'm not taking the 3, it's a hard fold. No, I'm not pushing
yeah,
that.
that's a push. I think I thought I could get it through because it passed earlier, but that's obviously not necessarily the case. And yeah, I'm out. So we're going to play Genbutsu.
リーチ
There's a Richi.
地
I'm fine with this Chi. You two can fight it out.
Yeah, someone should have got dealers.
Sumo.
Always good.
And it's a cheap Sumo, so only losing 300 here is totally fine with me.
I think you want to go Honitsu with this if possible.
All right,
I definitely want to go Honitsu.
decision's basically made. Oh, never mind. Wait,
I
backtracking.
cut the 8-pin.
Yeah, I think I
that.
like the 8-pin here. Oh,
I did still like the 8-pin.
Yeah,
I
so
don't know what
this
that's
is-
doing. I haven't
this
given
is-
up on Toy here.
this is probably like, wait, I should have just dropped the 8-pin there. A regret. And then overcommitting now with the 7-so cut.
ポン
It could also be trying to discard from one suit, but
チ
ポン
there goes the 8-pin.
That's fine.
I'm fighting against 2 calls, so I'm very likely
Yeet.
behind in this hand because they've already cut a door. They're probably already Tempai, in fact.
Yeah, I read his Tempai as well.
And there's a reach on the 5,
ドン
but the 4 deals in, and that's another cheap hand.
Good enough. Next hand. And that's something else. When you're looking at logs, you just shouldn't spend a lot of time on stuff you don't have to think about.
Yeah, just look at that 7-so discard and say, yeah, should have been the 8, but didn't matter. This hand also kind of looks Honitsu with the...
You have the Dora though, but it could be Toy. I'm
Right.
gonna just want to hear that 9-pin as soon as possible.
There it
Well, not
goes.
definitely feeling Toy.
Oh, this hand.
ポン
I can see the Sanshoku. I think I'd have cut the 4 anyway. Ooh, definitely 4-pin.
I lose out
No.
on a door acceptance here this way. I think I was still greeting Sanshoku, even though it's a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, I think, yeah. If you're greeting Sanshoku, you cut Shaw.
Yeah. And this is going to come back to bite.
ポン
I think it's the last one. You have to take it at this point. But ugh.
I think I don't take it here. I think this is a mistake. As soon as I called it, I said that was a mistake. But so my thinking at this time was once caught, this is a call into Tempai, and the Hatsu hasn't come out yet, but we still haven't really gotten to the point where people have discarded all their honors yet. I might be able to just win an early Hatsunomi here. You know, the Hatsu might come out as the next discard from any of these hands.
I just call.
However, the problem
At this
is
point, because I screwed my hand up, I just call and try and end this.
yeah, this weight is really good, but really bad because it's Otozuke. Like if I
Not
draw
disguised
3,
at
if I
all
draw
either.
6, I'm gonna be in such big trouble. If I draw the 3, I think I have to con. Almost. Because I need the Hatsu to finish. So I am regretting this decision a little bit when this happens. And
チ
now I have to fight against a
Yeah,
Richi.
whatever. Well, not Patsu either.
Yeah, at least we don't have Yapatsu. 9 pins feels okay. I've got a Dora, so how bad can this really be? 1, that's near Dora.
Dora Suji, but I don't care. It's a 1.
So, I mean, what else am I supposed to do here? Fold? I think I just have to push everything.
Well, not everything, but yeah, most
Don't.
stuff. I'm not pushing a 5-mon, for example.
Yeah, 5 mons are fair. maybe I can drop threes or something and get around it. Or I can't ever drop this unless I'm full bailing. And the 8 mon does deal in. It's just Ricci Pinfu.
Or a 2.
We pretend those Uda don't happen. Yeah, so already feeling bad. I think the West was probably a bad discard. The Hatsu was in the wall, it wasn't in hand, but it was just later than the deal in tile. And getting punished by Uda really stings. So East 4. This hand's a complete mess. I'm ready to fold. I'm having.
I'm just cutting the south. We're gonna hedge Itsu.
It's not south round yet. I could cut the south first. Yeah, I gave up on the Itsu super early. And I started thinking Sanchoku was kind of live. But there's a Dorapon. And things look really bad. I don't really have a hand that I can fight with without getting perfect draws.
Chi.
And I get backfire for holding on to relatively safe tiles.
I almost like just cheating the 8, so there.
Going for the Tanyao. Yeah. With this 4, I'm seeing Yamen, deciding if I can drop this 2-4 pin. Do I think this is Tempai?
No.
Then we cut the 4 pin. And the 2 pin. Now we're Ishanten. A lot of Tsumogiri here, which of course we're watching very carefully. There's a Tadashi. Now this is probably Tempai.
Yeah, I think it's probably Tempai too.
Still, we have
That's
safe
fine.
tiles.
They're 2 out.
And now we're
I think
Tempai. So, is this a Korak smash the button, or are we scared of this Mongon?
I'm in 4th. I'll smash the button.
Yeah. Here, I'm concerned with the fact that I can see 3 of the 8, so... And
yeah, no, that's the problem here.
If these players are folding, which Tucker is across from me at this point, Kenyon's on the left, Amy's on the right. I believe Tucker will drop an 8, so if it gets drawn, just because Tucker tends to be a very defensive player, and will probably play safe against this Bongon. So I think I can Dama and steal this away. Even though I'm only getting 1,000 points, I value the chance to just end this over the extra 1,000 or 3,000 points that I might get from a Ricci. But there certainly is some incentive being in 4th place to just throw the stick in.
I do to some extent wonder why you're keeping south as safe tile, even though it's live, but whatever.
that is a very good point. I think at some point I just didn't want to drop it. I guess the 9 mon was probably a safer tile than the south.
Not really. That's live too.
Yeah, that's a good point. So I dropped the south and there's a Ricci from dealer. It's like, okay, dealer has no fear of this hand. Maybe I should be going Ricci too. But now the 8-so is double Gembutsu to these safe hands.
So someone becomes...
Here I made an error. Can I push this 2-so?
I like 1-so.
I think 2-so is actually almost Gembutsu here.
No, it's Kabe. Never mind.
We have Kabe. We have 3 1-so cut. We can see 3 of the 2-so. 2-so should be very safe. I missed the Kabe, I think, in game.
Yeah.
And played the 1 instead. Because I thought, yeah, here's a clear path. I can 1-4. If I call the 3, I can drop a 7 fairly safely. Or if I draw the 3, I can just drop the 7, wait on Ipeko.
There is something to be said for having hit the button and not having to read the board
right?
anymore.
Hit the button, don't think.
I'm a big advocate of not having to think.
There's another Tadashi. So if it wasn't Tempai before, then it's definitely Tempai now. Yeah.
Chi.
Oh, and that's going to come out even if you were reaching it
Right.
ages ago.
Yeah.
Chi.
And so I thought, okay, I can get back to Tempai here. Still have the 5-8 weight. And it's... This actually is a little scary because there was
a little dangerous.
Tadashi.
But okay.
But I thought I could push it.
4
and I got bailed out by the second 5.
Yeah.
Back
No, I guess the 4 says safe because there aren't 5.
back at the original tempai, I was trying to figure out how many 5s and 8s I thought were in the wall. I thought, okay, maybe there's an 8 so, but I don't know about the 5.
Agreed, 1 8 and probably 2 5s. Like, to me, this looks pretty good, honestly.
Yeah. The tempai was on the 1 pin. And
oh my goodness, there were 5 in the wall still.
yeah, they were all in the wall. I was really surprised. So yeah, Ricci would have been kind of strong here. I don't think I hit Uda, but 2000 is certainly better than 1000.
リーチ
And the shift was from a 1 pin to the 9 pin, which makes sense in terms of a safety maneuver. Unfortunately, it backfired
1
on this draw.
Yeah.
Not much you can do about that, though. All right, so we've recovered a couple points. This hand looks great. There's 2 Dora and a Yakuhai. Let's
You're
go.
gonna have to think out about it. Yeah, get rid
Boom.
of those.
Home. Yeah, 2 pin. We don't want it, but we'll take it.
1
You take it. Oh, well,
Dealer reach.
don't care. 2 pin.
I actually pushed the 4 so here, which is Dora Suji. It's not good, but yeah, I figured
I
they.
didn't even think about that. I'm thinking my own efficiency.
I figured they were.
The 4 can actually a lot of stuff. 2 doesn't.
Yeah, that's a reasonable consideration. I was hoping to just be able to finish the blocks as I had them, because I do have enough. I just need the 8 and the.
Yeah, you have Ishunten here.
Fortunately, it passed, and the 2 became Suji.
Oh, okay.
Again, maybe I should.
Definitely the 2.
I considered pushing the
Definitely
2 as Suji so I could draw around this 5, but kind of chickened out on that. One 2 isn't
Well, now they're both Suji.
isn't
1,
better
I
than
guess,
that.
before 2.
So. At this point, I'm like, what could this weight possibly be? It's got to be a Mon tile. I'm trying to decide which one I feel comfortable pushing.
Well, it doesn't matter. You only have one you can push because you have to take Tempai here, don't you?
There's another option though. I can drop 3 Mon for Tempai, or I can
You could just yeet the Dora if you're crazy.
Dora
I'm just pushing
and take my
3.
Honitsu Ishanten. It's the same value, but it's a safer route, right? Dropping Dora is probably safer than any Mon
pushing
tile.
Dora. I don't know about that, but okay.
I actually believe the Dora is pretty safe here. But I said, I'm Tempai. I can get max 3,900 from the Honitsu, but max 8,000. Because if I don't think he needs the Dora, if I'm willing to push the Dora, then when he draws it, he's going to deal into me.
They're running out of Suji here. That's a consideration. But I think you should push the 3 at this point.
Yeet.
4
Rip. Uda. Pain. That was a sick weight, though, for a third turn Ricci.
My goodness.
3,
the
6,
fact
9,
that it
4.
wasn't completed by yet is...
That's because I kept drawing all the winning tiles. But yeah.
Yeah, 5-sided weight. Nothing you do about that. Move on.
You feel sad because you dealt in, but I think that's probably the right play. I'm curious how many people would push the Dora pair versus the and go for the Honitsu versus just taking your Tempai. I think taking Tempai is what I do most of the time. In this hand,
It's not a good sign when I already hit your first discard.
yeah, I think I'm feeling desperate after those deal-ins, and I'm forcing Honitsu.
Well, I don't care if you feel desperate. You 2 on before the penchant. Break the lone tile rather than the shape.
That's a fair consideration.
I have no reason whatsoever to cut the 9.
Yeah, I think if I complete the 9, I'm not even happy. I guess I can go build Itsu or something, but...
Jitsu, that's good enough for me. Cut the pay, because otherwise you don't have any value anyway. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm fine with that.
That's fair.
All right, we're probably going to end up at the same place anyway.
Yeah.
At least leave it open as a consideration.
Nothing but Mon tiles. This was a mistake. I'll hold the door
Gee.
acceptance, especially because this hand's going nowhere.
Yeah, this hand's going nowhere, and we're just going
Never mind.
nowhere slowly. Yep, that's
Each.
good.
And we have all these same tiles. Perfect.
That's perfectly fine.
Don't.
I don't care. Oh, okay. That's actually really bad for you because now you're the only under 30K.
Yes, that was terrible. But that's okay.
You have double south. Interesting draw there. I think just cut one pin.
So am I desperate enough
Could cut Hatsu.
to go for double South Honitsu here? Like, is that a consideration I should be having?
No.
It is 1,
Just short no.
2, 3, 4 blocks and an honor.
Well, so the consideration here is, so here's another thought. What if you cut 5 so?
Yeah, 5 so because you want to draw the door
way
anyway.
You don't lose your door acceptance, and otherwise you don't want this shape as it is.
Yeah.
That's your alternative here.
If you're thinking
don't hate
Honitsu,
5-so.
5 so makes sense. I probably played the worst of all the options. No, I did the Hatsu. Okay, it's fine. And now I'm like, wait a second. Was
Now you
this
have
actually
Ipeko. I'm
Honitsu?
definitely cutting the 1. Yep, I like that.
I hit the 1 and I draw this and I'm like, no, give me that 1 back. This
Cut
is
the 5.
Honitsu.
I don't care.
How do you feel about Sanshoku?
Not bad.
I do lose
I
my
think it's
door
better than just
acceptance.
Door acceptance, but that's fine.
Because if I draw the 7, I'll happily drop this, I think. The problem is that if I call the South, I need a pair anyway.
So cut the 3 so then.
June.
Pom.
Okay, this was a decision point. Am I happy with just 2,000? I think at this point I was calling and hoping to turn it back into Honitsu.
I think with 2 Han, it's worth taking. Yeah, I don't mind those.
Because I can go from 2,000 to 8,000 by just drawing, one pin tile, and I'm Ishanten. Any pin tile, I'm Ishanten.
I'm fine with this. Go ahead, take it.
Wrong.
Eh?
The hell?
Are? Manga? Yeah, this was sad.
Yeah, Dama, Ipeko, Door 3. That explains why you weren't getting that 1 so.
Right? Don't need door acceptance when your Toyman's holding all of them.
Yeah, nice little first row Dama on the 8-man.
Regretting everything.
That's Sumo Giri. You were going to deal it anyway.
Yeah. The only way I dodge that is if I drop it immediately. If I give up on the Sanshoku.
No, the 5, I think you.
Now I
there
deal
are-
it.
No, yeah. Well, see, you could have kept the tune instead, but with 2 out, that's unlikely. I don't see why you
Yeah.
do that.
Pom. Wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I think that just comes out anyway.
So call comes
The
down
only
to
question
this.
would have been if you cut the 7/8 so, and I don't think that's what you're supposed to do.
And in order,
So your goal here is you're just trying to keep 7 under 30K, and that's how you should be looking at the rest of this game.
absolutely, I want to target my Shimocha. They're at 32. They're the closest. But if I can get hit anybody under 30K, that's fine. Even just winning anything this hand going again is fine. To understand my play this round, you have to understand how desperate I am. I've just dealt into 2 Richi hands that both hit Ura, and a Dama Mangan in row 1, and I'm desperate. So we'll start with the safe 9 so, and there's a South call, and this is terrible. This is like the worst possible outcome. Double South, and they can build a fast hand to end my dealership, and they're already dropping the 6 so, which means they're probably kind of close. Shinsugiri, 6 pin from hand. I'm like, they're Ishanten here. There's no way. At least I'm drawing towards Tanyao, maybe. Ipeko. I mean, this hand looks great. I just don't know if I'll have time to finish it.
Or Cursed Chitoy.
Chi.
What do you think about this Chi?
I don't hate it, but I don't like it.
It devastates the value in this hand. You're not getting Ipeko. You're not getting Richi Pingfu. There's no Sanchoku anymore.
I'd pass.
The reason I called
I
this
know
was
what you're
because I'm
thinking.
assuming Ishanten, and I need to win this hand. So I'll take my own Ishanten and hope to beat them out. How would you feel about calling this one? It doesn't progress the hand, but it does give you, I don't know.
Pass.
地
I think this cheese in part because I have a mental block on
I
this
mean, you
this
can
Ipeco
pull a lot
shape.
more stuff, but
Yeah,
I don't want to be in this final shape. Cut 5, so if you do cheat.
You have decent tile acceptance here. And that's
You have to
senpai.
take this one.
Gee.
Which
Yeah,
weight
this
do you
is
like?
Easy. You pretty much have to take the Champon, don't you?
I think
The
so.
6 pawn's 1 out at this point. I mean, the 5 may deal in, but so what? You get so
Passes.
many upgrades in pin here that you don't care.
Yeah, Tadashi won so, and I'm feeling like they've got a Dora. Maybe 2.
リーチ
Should be noted that on this Ricci, there was like the full 15 seconds spent. One mon.
Bush. How do you fold?
How do you fold,
I
right?
guess you do have Suji, but
Now
well,
here's an
so.
interesting question.
Ooh, the 6 is safe. Oh, Sunshoku. Yeah, I'm pushing the 5.
Yeah, it's 1,000 points extra, but
No, it's 1,400 extra. You would happen to be dealer.
you are right. And so that actually is relevant to getting this player below 30,000 if they deal in.
Right.
I mean, 5 is a push. It's definitely not safe
Yeah,
against
it's an
this Ricci.
obvious push. Like everyone knows your temp by now.
Yeah. So this player is starting to bail, which could be okay for me. 3 mon, we push it.
Yeah, we probably push Dora, honestly.
Pain. And
It's half Suji
well,
at
here's the door
least,
you're
so.
asking for.
Oh God.
Four.
I eat it.
There's no lower Sozu other than this 4. They dropped it kind of early though. I think this player has 2 of them, so I eat it, and it passes. Amazingly enough. If they had 2 door, they might not be folding though. But okay, at this point, I see 3 of the Dora. I'm feeling
And you're exhaling a bit.
very confident that this hand is not high value. 2 months, 2 pin safe. 9 mon safe. I just have to pass one more draw. Where are the Haku? Where are the
It's
Haku?
live.
Shompai.
It's live. Don't care. You can't give it your daily turn. If it deals in, it deals in.
So here I'm computing. If I discard 7/7, which is Suji, can I get a chi into Tempai on the Haku? If I discard 5/6, will someone drop a 7 mon, which looks kind of safe, and I can pwn into Tempai, or do I just yeet the Haku and hope for the best?
ロン
Surprise, surprise.
Cheeto, you had the better weight the whole time, and or a kill.
Yeah, was cheap until I got hit with more Ura. This is the 5th Ura that I paid into now, and this game's over. I'm in 4th guaranteed. The only hope is that I can bring Shimocha below 30,000, and so I need to build 2,600 or 2 Hansumo. And I've got a Dora, I've got South to call. Do I just call South, go to our Tonki? Do I build towards a Ricci or a Chitoi? Let's see what the first draw is.
9 mon.
Is that a Honitsu consideration?
Yes.
Okay.
Even so, it's not like the 9
There-
so does you any better.
Yeah, in mine they were kind of equivalent, but you're right, there is Honitsu/Itsu. Yeah, now maybe I want
And
that
now
9
I'd be really
so back.
thinking about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think in my mind I was willing to call and Dora Tonki was my plan. But I should have been
Dora
thinking of
Tonki
another
even
path to getting
enough?
another Yaku.
Yeah, that's not going to be. Yeah, that's not enough without direct hit.
Yeah.
Right, 9 pin's useless. Now I don't even really know what we're going for.
I'm aiming for Ricci, basically. Ricci and hoping. Oh, there's
Oh,
Ipeco.
now you have Ipeco.
There's even Sanshoku thoughts, but I thought it was too late to try to push for that.
Boom.
Oh, never mind. Worst possible outcome.
Yeah.
So in the end, that's a really bad fourth. Negative 46. I was at positive 6 before this, and I was at negative 40 after this in the demotion zone, feeling very bad about the game. And so at this point, you're thinking back at the game and wondering, okay, how many of those deal-ins were your fault? How many were just going to happen? And I did
I think
put
almost all of them are going to happen. There was one I think you could have dodged. I think your big mistakes in these series were in the first game. There were a few, especially early, where you were memeing a little too hard about not having dealt in.
Yeah.
And
I
it caught
wonder.
up with you.
I was wondering if I overcompensated in this game, just being too aggressive. Because I did find, like, in all these deal-ins. Wait, that's not me.
Yeah, there were safe toss, I think, all of them,
Boom.
but every time you had good weight or good values. This was really the most debatable one.
Yeah, this one, like,
And it's just because you were dealer with 3,900 or 2,900, 39 on sumo.
yeah, I'm feeling very optimistic. It's an optimistic call, assuming the Hots is going to come out any second now, and it just gets
Yeet.
punished by an early Ricci. I think in this situation, I want to just cut Sha and actually get a Ricci with this good weight instead of open hand that I can't even use half the weights. Yeah, so here, like, I opened up and got myself into
Yeet.
trouble. In the next deal-in,
Boom.
I opened
Yeet.
up, and I mean, I feel like this hand was just, it had to go this way, but ended up getting in trouble because of that. In this hand,
Boom.
that's always going to happen. I can't, or a
Yeah,
lot of the
I
times it's
know.
going to happen. Maybe some people throw the 8 mon, don't even
Maybe
think
if you'd
about
have
it.
kept the one pin,
If I kept the one
you would have
pin,
thrown
I
it,
would
but
I
I
would
don't
have
think
left
that's
that.
really the way to play it. There were too many other paths.
This one,
Boom. Chi.
I opened up and got
Yeet.
myself to trouble, and
Yeah. Once the REG happened, you don't have a choice. You have to jam literally everything.
right. Look, the
Chi.
decision to open up is defensible, I feel. I know a lot of people wouldn't play it this way.
Chi.
And
Chi.
I just
Yeet.
wonder, once we get to the end and we draw this Haku, if we just say, I'll pay my AED Koku 1000.
No. I didn't even consider. I don't think it's a consideration.
If this was 90% deal in your head,
I'd still push it.
you'd still push it. Yeah, I think differing play styles might just fold out, and it's not even folding necessarily. 3, 2, 1, 0. It has to be the Poland, right? Because we're not getting another draw, and we can't call Chi. So you drop 6-5 and hope to get a 7, and you could still find Tempai. But it is unlikely.
That still seems like a stretch. There's a very good chance that the two Haku have been drawn by the other players. And if anything, that's one of the reasons I think D has been folding.
There they are.
No, just a random. Okay, so there were two of them. But you can't think it's a cheat toy. And I'm willing to push, figure the most likely situations I've dealing into a Tonki. For me, that's perfectly fine.
You know what's funny is if Kenyon had chosen the 808, she would have Ipatsumo'd for Hanemon, and I would have paid less.
Boom.
Yeah, this is a really interesting moment in the game, and I don't know. I don't have the Twitch chat open, so I can't see if there are any other opinions on this, but I am kind of curious how other people would play this.
I think we're getting some who are saying for and some against.
Okay. Yeah, I think to some degree it will depend a little bit on the play style. Like, I know you are very aggressive, take your moment and run with it. And this was pretty aggressive for me because what else could this be? What else could this Ricci be? Dora even passed. It was not Dora. How about the only live honor tile? Still, I
So
thought,
when you say long term, count the Suji.
yeah,
And let's see, 4-7 just finished. So what about the there are 3-6s still live. 3-6 is still live. Is 5-8? No, 5-8 isn't. In pin, 4-7 still live. So there are still 2 Suji left.
that's one of the awkward things about having this as my final weight is 4-7 is one of the Suji that no one will ever drop.
Exactly.
I'm just
So
hoping.
you say this is a really high deal in. I think it's at most 15%.
Yeah, it definitely felt really bad dropping it, but I mean I committed to dropping Dora, so I think
Yeah, I hesitated a lot more on the Dora, and even when God actually draws, like, yeah, we just gotta shove it.
I mean, once the Dora passes, the percentage that the Haku deals in is so much higher, but
Oh
um,
yeah,
because the Dora all died. Actually, at this point, all four of the Dora are visible, so guaranteed no Dora in that hand unless I get hit by Uda. At most, it's 3,200, right? Because what else could it be? Just Ricci,
yeah,
Haku, Ricci, Haku. Maybe
Richaku maybe to Peiko elsewhere.
yeah, Sanako or some or not Sanako, Toy Toy or something. But
Yeah,
I'm not feeling that either.
I think it's fine.
Yeah, if I'm reading Chitoy, this becomes even worse. But it's 3,200 versus the 1,000 that I would pay in Ryukoku. Not that much of a difference to attempt to push my dealership. I think what I was really hoping was that Kenyon actually already had the pair and was waiting on like a 4 or a 7 or something.
I don't know, getting a Cheetoy that early. I when my Cheetoys come, they occasionally complete by around turn 14.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen Kenyon complete early Chitoys a lot. I remember watching a game. Oh, it was a game I played in. I looked back at the log, and Kenyon had been Tempai for Chitoi Door 2 since like turn 3. The whole time, I had no idea. And it also explains the tank on the 8 so. Like, whether to Ricci or Dama, probably is a consideration. But Ricci seems like a nice plan to try to take
Yeah, it
first
seems like the
place.
best value there. Because you're just hoping hit or even the Sumo 64. There's a lot to be said for just getting Richi Sumo Cheetoy, even without the aura. 64 is a big hand.
Yeah. All in all, I felt kind of okay about how the series went and chalked up this last game to giving up a lot of Uda. The hands I dealt into were cheap. It's just every single one of them hit Uda. And I don't count that Dama Mangan.
Yeah, I had some of that happen in the beginning of my first session. So well, I think we're gonna wrap that up.
Yep.
We will come back when the A1 games start. I'll post in chat when they pop up, and we'll be 5 minutes out after that. They are scheduled to start at the top of the hour, so presumably we will be back in around 7 to 10 minutes.
All right. See you all then.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are now setting up for the A1 match here. Anthony is the east seat. On the south seat is Kathy. In the west seat is Kenyon, and in the north seat is Max.
At this table, a lot of players in the positives. Max in third place overall with plus 81.2, trying to chase down Minko, who has taken the first place position overall. We'll see if Max can do it in these two games. Kenyon not far behind at plus 51.1, and Kathy's kind of sitting in the middle at plus 33.6. Anthony's on the other end, but not really too far down, only negative 28, which is outside of the demotion zone currently, and we'll be angling towards the positives, hopefully, at the conclusion of these two games.
Yeah, Anthony has 7 games because actually they had to play an early game from the third session because there's a conflict at that table. But this table has 2 games, and we'll be showing both of them.
Should be starting any second now. And there we go.
Well, you called that one. Anthony's first dealer here with a Pinfu type man. You also have a Dora. So, of course, if you pair that up, that's great. We see 3 of them out scattered. So, it'll be very hard for him to make anything from it. On the right, we see a Pinfu type hand as well. Similarly, with a lone Dora White Dragon. Across the way, see the East pair. And the rest of the shapes aren't great. That may just be call and go. And on the left, we see a whole bunch of pairs. That looks like a Cheetoy.
Awkward as well, having the Haku in each of the players' hands here. The Cheetoy player can make use of that, but it's hard for the other hands to do so easily, especially when we know that you're not going to pair it up. These players will
That's always the question: is when does it come out? Because when one comes out, oftentimes all 4 of them will come out.
And there's some different options. So we said on the left that might be a Cheetoy, so you can wait Dorotanki there. Across the table, Kenya has the East call that's potentially possible, so that could also be a Dorotanki to make use of that. The other hand's
Ishunten on the left now for Max, looking for that Cheetoy.
yeah, on the right, it looks more like a Tanyao. Hard to use a door in that hand. Could also end up Dorotanki, though.
Throws the 9, figuring the 2 7s make it pretty weak at this point. I might have just thrown the door right then.
Yeah, we're getting to the end of row 1, and no one's seen it on the table yet. If you're Max, are there any draws here that push you to Honitsu instead of Cheetoy?
6 pin. 6 pin, I cut 8, so. And then we see what happens. There goes the first Dora. Oh, okay, it's going to get held. And I have Kenyon getting rid of it. So now there's only 1 left. Max is looking at it and going, ugh.
Should be noted, Anthony discarded that Dora as he has reached Ishantan. Became inefficient to hold on to it. There's the
Now
third
it's
Dora.
completely useless. Oh, we do see a pair up across the way. They have the Ishanten much more extended. I figure the 4th Dora comes out. There it goes. Everyone goes, oh, well, never mind. We have Rian Peiko developing on the right. Ishanten for Rian Peiko.
Exciting.
It's an easy call there across the way. We'll just be the East. Oh, Tempai on the left. Damas.
Let me go ahead and turn on the weights. I turned that off for the review, but that is helpful at this point. We did see a call across the way, so 1-4 so for Kenyon, and then the 5, so we'll deal into Max.
For Anthony here, if it's taken, we'll be waiting on that 4 so. Just Damas.
Just a surprisingly, well, maybe not surprisingly, but bad weight. Only 1 left in the wall. Those forces are locked in Max's hand.
Yeah, I don't think they're ever coming out. Even if you draw 3 so, I don't think it comes out. Oh, I like the Ricci 5. See, this is the problem. And now you may if this may look worse than it actually would be as a normal Suzy Cheetoy because it's the last. It's the Ricci tile. You're thinking, oh, it could be a 1-3-5, but it'd be really weird to dump the 6-0 earlier, but maybe you just shifted back into it. So there are arguments that the 2-so is safe, and there are arguments that the 2-so is dangerous. But we see Kenyon just giving up here.
ドン
And there goes the 6.
That's the
and deals
Rian
into
Peiko.
the Rian Peiko Tanyao. So just the casual Rian Peiko.
That's a Mongon, and Kathy will take the early lead here. So nice to see that Yaku on stream. We rarely get it.
Well, that's the best way to hit it, is to shut down a Ricci like that.
Absolutely.
But now we have Kathy here's dealer with Pinfu type hand. Not much value yet. Maybe a 5-6-7 Sunshku later. On the right, we see a Hatsu pair. You're kind of wanting to just go Honitsu, but it may just be a call and go depending on what you can get across the way. Pinfu hand there as well. I believe that it's Ishunten. It is. And on the left, that is Ishunten as well, but would just be Ricci Door. That's Tempai. Do you Dama and try and improve the shape? Normally you would here. The question is, how good are you reading the 8-mon in the wall?
リーチ
The answer is very good.
Yeah, 997. Definitely not Max's hand.
And Kenyon say, okay, I'm not going to have any part of this. Ooh, dealer now has incentive to push. And Kathy will take Ishunten here. Actually, an Ishunten on the right for Ricci Nomi as well. Would need the 5-so and 4-7 mon.
ドン
Oh, there's the 5. Next deals in Ricci Dora Ora, and is looking ahead that Ricci on the first hand is dealt in twice now, but we are in East 3.
Very speedy game so far.
A few pairs here, maybe a Peiko on the right. Similarly, a couple pairs, maybe a 3-4-5 Sanshku in there. It's going to take a bunch of shift to get almost anything. I also just want to go Tanya with that. Maybe cut the 1-mon immediately. That's going to be the play. Across the way, we see a Haku pair. Decent shapes, but not much value there either. And on the left, well, that feels like it's Shantadora.
The hand
So
looks so
just cutting
tragic.
the 5-mon, just getting rid of it now. I almost want to just cut the 3-so or even the Chun. Maybe accept that Dora, but just all out selling out on the Chanta here. 3-so, of course, can connect to 1-2-so eventually, whereas the 5 just could be a 5.
It really does
But
feel like,
anytime you have the ability to accept Dora, I kind of want to just go for it.
yeah, it really does feel like that's the only way that this hand is completing. And how Chitoi is this if you are a dealer?
Wow. Ishunten now on the left. It's probably the hardest tile on the hand. We'll also be looking for the 7-pin and then either the south or the 9-so. Those 9-so are looking pretty locked in Kenyon's hand here. Seems to be going Chitoi.
Imagine drawing a 7-so or 8-so here. Get the Sanchoku with it.
When you're looking at Kenyon's pawn, well, I guess it's Honitsu.
Yeah, I don't even know if Kenyon thinks it's Honitsu here. Probably just trying to make a Chitoi out of this.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely a Chitoi.
Outside of the Chanta, the hand to the right is okay, but we still have some awkward shapes in the so. And because the Haku hasn't come out, Anthony hasn't had the opportunity to call.
7-so. There's 7-so, and I have that Ishunten for Sanshku Chanta Dora.
Are you calling here for any Tempai?
If I got the 8-so, I'd probably take it. If I get the 7-so, I would not take the south or the 9-so.
Okay,
I like the 3900. I don't like the 2000.
Ooh, the 7-so pickup there. Anthony might be incentivized to drop an 8-so in the future.
Well, Max then pulls in the 6-so and is now on a Ishunten. Kind of an ugly one, though. And yeah, there's going to be the call waiting on 8-so. 8-so is actually dead. We might see a flow out from Anthony's hand. The question is, why was that 9-so being kept?
Right, I think.
The answer we know is it's because it's dangerous.
I suspect the players at the table also are believing that this is
Sanshku type
yeah.
hand.
I mean, look, none of the
that's certainly
7, 8,
how
9
it's
have been
shot,
discarded
but-
until the call.
Yeah, Sanshku Dora is a fairly standard situation
Gee.
here. Might also be thinking Taku.
Anthony dodges.
And I have an Ishan 10 for Chitoi here for Kenyon. Look for that Rishi Chitoi Dora 2. Well, there's the 7. Of course, you wouldn't have drawn it if you hadn't called.
Max was dropping away from these one pins. Wants to turn this into a Tanyao. Is
Oh,
still
there's
Ishan 10.
Adora. That's going to feel really bad for Kathy. Oh, there's Tempai. Do you just Dama? I'd Dama the 1 pin and hope the 7-mon comes right out here. We'll see if Max falls for it. Nope.
I think Max is fighting.
Yeah, that's the thing, is Max's shapes can actually use that 7-mon. Now we'd be cutting the 5-so most likely, which is already safe to the open hand there on the left. The 1-so is
Not good.
it's not great, but I don't think it's that bad, honestly. Not the early 3-so.
Yeah, with the early 3-so, you might drop that if you had the pair, but then a 1-so came out from
Right,
Anthony.
but you're not Tempai yet, so there's no reason to drop it yet.
Right. Yeah, the 1-so came out from Anthony later. You would have expected to see a call at that point, but it didn't happen. So the early 3-so cut was probably not from a 1-so pair.
Yeah,
And
Max is getting out of here.
Yeah, doesn't want the 1-so.
And Anthony's getting out of here.
Kenyon's
So it's just
safe.
the 2 players, likely both Tempai at the end of the hand. A 6 should feel fine. Okay, throws the 7, knows who the dangerous player is. And Max says, okay, well, in that case, we'll get out of here.
I think Kathy just pushes this.
Yeah, you have to just push this.
Oh no, bails out.
Ooh, bail. And Kenyon says, thanks. I'll take the extra 1,500.
I mean, it is concerning that dealer drops Dora right at the end.
Dora on the last turn, yeah.
But
It does look like it's a shift to Tempai, but I think that even if you deal in, it's what? Hatsu Hote? 3,900. You're giving up a ton of value by breaking Tempai there. But dealer's now rewarded with the double East, maybe even Honitsu, unlikely though. On the right, a really hard to read shape in pin, actually a 567, 777, and then 8-pin pair. So actually pretty much completed at this point. Across the way, a Tanya type shape. You want to go to that 9-pin if you possibly can, pulling a 7-pin. On the left, we have a Hatsu pair, a Dora, decent shapes everywhere, but not great value.
dealer eager to call this tone. None in hand, so it needs to find it from the wall.
Yeah,
That
Kenyon
pin,
just slimming down these shapes, but keeping the North and the Red Dragon for a long time. I definitely would have kept the 2-mon especially. Try and turn this into something else. Oh, and now you see the 8s.
that pin shape is so fun for Max on the right. Holding all these Honitsu tiles, and of course holding the door as well.
Well, you can see Max wants to go Honitsu. He's just saying, come on, game, let me do it. And that's the kind of draw that's going to push you towards it.
Out goes
And
the
yeah,
Dora.
just throws the Dora. There you go.
Tune pickup for Anthony.
And Max is also so far down that he's looking for extra value, so it makes sense.
This could be a callable hand now. Max actually holding 2 Yakuhai tiles that could be called Kathy with a Hatsu pair, Anthony with a Tune pair.
Boom.
Well, Max is planning to pair them up and call himself. But
Right.
That's not going to happen.
At least we could get phase 1 of the plan, the pair up phase.
And 7-so draw for Kathy's huge. Goes and cuts the Dora here, locking the 2-so pair. and backfired
Ah.
immediately. I was going to say, I wonder about that. What do you do with the 3? Because it's not like the 7-mon does much in this hand. Unless you're just hedging towards Chitoi.
Yeah, you just throw it back at that point. And
There's the Hatsu. I mean, if you did it, you were probably planning on calling this and just pushing 7-mon for Tempai.
yeah. Oh, there's the Anko
Oh, well,
drawn.
Kenyon says, I've waited long enough. I'll just draw it myself. And there's a tune. It is past. Anthony's probably out of this hand now.
Yeah.
But that 3 is very tempting. Doesn't matter. There's a Sumo on the left. Does just get the 1400, but Kathy will take it, extend the lead, and move to E4. Max's dealer here. Few pairs. You kind of hedge towards all sorts of things. This hand's deceptively bad. You see things that are connected, but they don't really connect well, and the shapes are terrible. You almost want to go pin Honitsu with this. You see, you look at how many other tiles there are. What's your other choice? Janta?
Yeah, you wish it was Sama, you could just kita,
Heat of
and
the 2 north and not worry about it. Yeah, on the right, definitely a Pinfu Tanya type hand, maybe a 5-6-7 Sunshu across the way. A 1-2-3 Sunshu seems to be the goal. It's possible Itsu in so. And on the left, very nice hand there, but you have that 5-7-7-9. Planning to probably just cut the 9 and use the 7 as the pair. Now you have a Dora, though, even after having cut the 3s. The question is, what's the decision going to be here from Kenyon?
7-mon.
This also keeps the option open for Dora Tonki, or you can draw another one later. While still keeping the potential Itsu here.
Ooh.
Ooh, and that's 6. Now you have a lot of choices. There are so many ways to go with it.
I
Okay,
know.
just play standard efficiency. Like I could see about 4 cuts being viable there.
Yeah. Holding the door acceptance in this case, as well as the nice efficient shape in the Sozu. Giving up on the Itsu, though.
Yeah, and basically keeping the 1 just in case it pairs up, or even just Dora Tonki. Oh, and there's a backfire on the 9.
I mean, it would be Reach Pinfu.
Yeah, you wouldn't be that thrilled with it, but I mean, you'd take it.
Yeah. It's okay. We just pair up the door next turn, and then we're really happy.
Yeah, there's only 1 left in the wall at this point, which is the problem. Now that one, if you hadn't cut the 7, I kind of like keeping that 6 going for the Peiko, but at this point it's useless.
So if you draw... Oh, yeah, 2 pin's not even a good draw here because of the early 3-pin cut.
Right, 2 pin's bad.
There's the Itsu backfire.
And now you're thinking you should have had the Itsu. Oh, that's pretty tragic there for Kenyon. Just a pile of almost nothing but backfires. Tempai on the right. Well, Dama waiting on the 6-so, and there's one kind of loose in Max's hand right now.
There are a lot of upgrades here. There's a Sancho upgrade with a 5-mon, and then there's some good shape upgrades in the Sozu as well. You can get the 8-so, you can get the 3-so. Even the Shampon's not bad here with all the Montels that are getting discarded.
Home.
When you take that dumb, you're really doesn't matter. There's the 6.
Long.
You have to take this. You're dreaming of Sanshuku, but you're like, okay, whatever. And Max is like, I'll just go ahead and try and call for the open Itsu, but even that deal's in. And we're already in South Round.
Even with a
Anthony's-
repeat.
Yeah, Anthony's dealer here with a Pinfu hand, maybe a 3-4-5 or 4-5-6 Sunshu along the way. On the right, feels like a Pinfu hand, but incredibly slow. You also have a Dora across the way. Pinfu hand, maybe a 79 Sunshu there. And on the left, Hatsu pair and 2 Dora. That is very much call and go.
Hatatsu, Mochi Mochi.
What about 3 Dora instead? All of a sudden, Max has a monster hand developing.
Yeah, this is the hand that Max needs. With all 3 other players over 30,000, you really need to find a Mangan. There's a route to Hanemon.
And Anthony has a really good shapes here, so that may actually be the fastest hand. We'll see.
Shape's only improving. Do you play 6 blocks or do you... Yeah, he plays 6 blocks.
I think that's because one of the West has already been cut. If it were live, I 100% cut 1-3.
Yeah, you're also holding 3 pairs at that point. Maybe that just isn't efficient enough.
Well, you're only adding 2 Ukeyede, but I think it's... Well, you're losing the 4 of the 2-so, but I wouldn't mind cutting the 1 so, because even if you draw the 4, you're fine with it. Well, it doesn't matter. You're gonna have it the same way anyway.
Yep.
Yep, and I definitely like the 1 so here. I think it's very important to do this because then if you draw the 4, you just cut either the Hatsu or the Shah here, and you're perfectly fine with it. Ooh, big draw there for Max.
Feeling the penchant, Ishanten now.
Anthony has to make a decision here. Yeah, it just throws the 5 back. It does make the 4 pretty much useless, though. So I think the shapes are. Anytime you get any
Each.
sort of safe tile, you just cut the 3. This is the
Chi.
problem. Now there's a Ricci, possible Sanshoku on the board, and Tempai on the left, Atazuki needing the Hatsu. But the Shah will come out first from Anthony for sure. So Hatsu may deal in, but it won't be for a while yet.
Even the
2 so is
so.
safe. A 9 so a deal into the expensive end if it get pushed. 3 safe. I think Anthony's going to just give this up. Oh, pushes the Nakasuji 6. That's understandable.
Still holding out hope. This is technically Ishanten. You can draw back into Tempai, redrawing the one so or another a 4 so.
This is when Anthony has to really make a decision about this hand.
Yeah, is the 3-6 worth pushing? He says yes. Only revealed afterwards to be safe. And that's Tempai.
Oh, there's Tempai. I mean, if the 3 push, you push
Yeets.
the 6 for sure. That's going to be Ricci. Nomi waiting on 2-5 pin.
This means Max
And
is...
that means Max cannot win this hand now.
So it's a fight between 2-5 pin and 6-9 so. 2-5 is looking pretty strong. I think there are 5 left in the wall.
Sumo.
Ippatsumo, there it is.
Just sumo. Ricci, Ipatsu sumo.
What a chase by Anthony, shutting down a
No
big hand.
aura, and Anthony does get it and pulls in. Nice little 8,000 here. We'll take over the lead from Kathy, and we're still in South 1. Has a Pinfu type hand, really much accepted Dora. I mean, you feel like Penchun 1-2mon on the right. Pinfu type hand, but a long way away. You have 3 really ugly shapes in there that need to be filled. Across the way, a couple Penchon, just another one of those hands that the Shanten count isn't really that high, but the hand is a long way off. And on the left, well, you want to turn to Jun Shan. The question is, what do you do about that 4mon?
Hold it for now, I guess. These hands not
But yeah, it just
looking
really
amazing,
feels like
Eddie.
Junchan Sanshoku is your best path. Because again, Max needs value here. Another hand Max had where there looked to be value just never came together. On the previous one. Meanwhile, dealer's getting closer here. I imagine either the 1mon or 9mon will be cut.
Yan Shanten now. Love to see a 4 so draw. Make your life very easy. There's another door for Kenyan. Which,
And you just have all these Penchon. And
how much do you value this
even
safe
your
tile? Not a lot. We're getting rid of one of these
a
pension.
lot. Yeah, I kind of like it. Those shapes are just bad.
Even with the 2 Dora, and we see the 6 pin come out. So Anthony approves the so block, the 3-3-5 now. Accepts a couple
Well, I
more
would be
tiles.
cutting the 9 pin instead of the 8 pin, just in case I pair up the 8 pin. Then I start thinking call for Tanya. And now, especially completing that shape in middle mod, you're still considering, can I get Tanya from this? Because that may be the fastest way to utilize both Dora.
Pair doesn't seem incredibly helpful. Yeah, we'll just drop away from the 1, so there is a time shift
and that's
available.
what happens. Yeah, there's your 7. Having discarded the wrong Penchon as always.
A classic in Mahjong. This seems to always happen. You only really remember it when it happens. Max moving away from pension. That hand has really not...
It's the 4 so that Anthony's been waiting for the whole time.
Ishanten.
There goes the 3 so Ishanten for Ricci, Pinfu, possible Dora. Ooh, and that 5mon's very interesting. Okay, gonna go ahead and give up the 2mon acceptance.
You
to
still
keep that safe tile.
you still accept the 2 mon. It's just you drop the 6 mon for your pair, and you have this penchant.
Yeah, you do end up with that penchant. That's
Yeah.
the problem.
Any second now, Anthony is expecting to draw
Yeah, and that's
Senpai.
going to take that safe tile. Ooh, and I have a Dora draw on the right. That may shut that hand down. Oh, that I believe is 3-sided Tempai
Each.
on the left for Max. Which one are you going to take? Takes the 2-4-5 weight for Richi Nomi.
Probably likes the pseudo Kabe on the 3 mon. Also, the pin tiles have been very cheap on this board.
And it feels as though one of them's going to come out from Kathy if that hand advances.
Absolute pain drawing the 7 pin, not being able to Tsumo. Such as Mahjong. And Anthony's out.
Anthony's not going to fight this, and it looks as though Kathy's not going to fight this. When you have Richi Nomi, everyone folding is actually just fine.
Yeah, the door comes out, but it's a little too late for Anthony to call. I actually
Well,
would have
Anthony
hated it
decided
seeing a
that
call there, but
the 1 pin wasn't getting pushed. Seemed to be folding on that one.
1
yeah, if you're not pushing the 1, then you really have too many blocks to try to recover from. So fold out makes
Meanwhile,
sense.
Kenyon's now Tempai got back to K10.
Can only win
Amon is safe.
on the Hote. Or Haite, as the case may be.
And Kenyon have Haite. Max looking for Hote. South just came out. So you know that one's safe. And the
Still-
7 mon does not get this to Tempai, probably considering would the shift help me? And the answer is no.
There it is.
And you're going to deal in. The question is, can you get away from it by cutting the 2 pin? That's going to look bad.
A lower Monzu looked at
And this
death.
is 4th place you're fighting against. Yeah, gets out of there and dodges the Hote there. And Max just gets the 3,000. But good play there by Kenyon.
Yeah.
Recognize that there probably isn't any value, but Hote, Richi Hote, and any aura. And there was a decent chance there was a Dora there as well to turn it into a manga. That is how you end up 4th.
Yeah, positionally speaking, just score-wise, there was less incentive to push than, say, if you had 11,000 points and you were on the only person below
Right.
30,000.
If they were closer, then it becomes a much more interesting situation. But here, Max is so far down that that's a pretty standard play to just let Max sink there and not give him the chance to recover.
Max does pick up a few thousand points, but still has a lot of work to go here. And look at this high pie for Kathy. Oh, even just drops
Ooh,
away.
Breaks it down. Yeah, looking for the Tanyao.
We want
That's the
max
2
value
Dora.
here.
Probably just looking to call this down. I think I'd have still cut the 4, so.
Yeah,
Okay, now just at a really wide Ishan 10.
some of the tempis on the 4 so involve dropping the Dora, and I think Kathy will never do that, so.
Right, that's the decision. If you're not going to do it, you might as well cut it early. On the right, Pinfu Type Family, 1, 2, 3, Sunschool. Across the way, Hatsu Pair. And looking to pull in a Dora. Draws the wrong end, but good enough for Ishanten, I believe. And on the left, we now have a pair of North. And honestly, I'd say they are decent shapes, but not considering what else we're seeing at this table.
Absolutely not. This looks like Kathy's hand to win.
Oh, that 6 has so many upgrades. Now in Mon, just about anything's going to be Tempai now.
Yeah, and you don't even need to drop the Dora. Probably the saddest draw is another 6. Mon. That's perfect.
Oh my goodness. You could even lock in the Ipeco discarding the 7, and that's going to be the play here.
Dama.
Ipeco, Tanyao, Dora 2, Mongon.
5-8 pin is death. Who can drop it? So far, it will fit Anthony's hand. 5 will fit Max, but not the 8.
Oh my
King of the
goodness,
Trouble.
the 6. Let's see. Would that if you take that tempai, is that a 3, 4, 5, 6 weight? Or is it 4e10? I think that's a 3, 4,
It
5,
should be
6,
yeah,
but
3,
didn't
4,
want to
5,
give up the
6.
Apeco.
I mean, there's some. Let's see, Tanyo, Durasan. Yeah, I think this is fine.
See, I think that I'd reach the 8-pin there and go for the Sun Unko.
Now that's an interesting idea. Sadanko with a Tora
How
draw.
greedy
Imagine
are
that.
you? And the answer is, well, do you have a minute?
Yeah, if you asked Korak, then the answer is going to be all the greed.
Home.
We now see a Tempai across the way, now waiting on 3 6-pin for Hatsunomi, which shut down this absolute monster from Kathy.
Oh no!
Oh, there
No.
it goes, and that's going to be the deal in, and that is going to be 12,000. The surprise Dama there, plus the 2 Homba and the reach stick in the middle, and Kathy's out at 50,000. Max is reeling at this point down to 3,100. Ooh, and Kathy doesn't have a bad hand either now with the Callable East, and there it goes. And a door in the hand. Shapes aren't great, but you're fine with that. Maybe even upgrade to Honitsu along the way. On the right, Pinfu type hand. Maybe a Sanshuku, but pretty fair distance away from it. But just pair up your Hatsu, call that down, and get back over 30K. Across the way, maybe Sunschool on the 678 or 789, but it feels a long way away. And on the left, you have a floating Dora, you have a bunch of 4s. Like the question is, can you turn this into a toy toy? Or just add in Totsu everywhere. Maybe just even go Tanya with it, especially when you pair up that 8-pin.
Just
Big draw there for Kathy, connecting in that Ryankan shape.
Just feels like Kathy's going to
Gee.
draw another door here. Okay, never mind.
Does
It doesn't feel
like
like it.
been that way.
It feels like there will be a 5th Dora in the wall, and Kathy will somehow draw it. Kenyon trying to shut this down. Headless right now with just the Hatsu Dora.
Nante's trying to figure out what to do with that hand. Just cuts the 8, so that's going to be the standard play. Now you have an Ishan 10 for Kathy.
Yeah, that 8-pin is so awkward in Anthony's hand. Now is this Chitoy?
I think you just have to, honestly.
If you're not going to cut the Dora, you almost have to. You can draw around it,
well,
of
now we
course.
have a Tempai on the right, headless, and can shift to a Chanta.
The wall says, "Are you sure you don't want Chitoy?" And Anthony says, "Yes." The 4-6 weight actually doesn't seem terrible with all these 5s coming out.
You see the 7-mon pulled in across the way, so actually Ishan 10 now for Sanshuku Dora.
Could have had a pulled 10 if we discarded the penchant.
Ooh, and that's the tie you're looking for if you're Kenyan. I think you switch to the Chun. You get the extra value here. Nope, just likes the 3-pin. And it says, okay, well, if it's safe, I'll push it then. Oh, do you wait on 3 on Sanso?
Suji Sanso, safe against the dealer.
I like it a lot better than 3-pin. And yeah, that's going to be a shift.
I wonder why we didn't check the Chun weight. So I feel like Chanta's
Was
nice
live,
value.
figured there was a pair somewhere, but didn't want to hold on to it because I definitely want the Chanta. Con?
Dealer's opened at least. But you're sort of giving Max an avenue to get back into the game if you con. Max, by the way, has
And
somehow
Max should have gone Cheetoy.
this hand has somehow reached Sanshoku Ishanten.
Ooh, the 9-pin's good. I like the 9-pin. Yeah, it's near Dora, but so what? Kenyon definitely a believer in Sanso. Yeah, Max just looking at that pawn and going, that is a few pairs in there, isn't that? Oh,
Anthony.
Tempai here for dealer finally. Waiting on 5-8 mon. It's actually pretty bad at this point. We see 5 discarded and 2 in hands.
So perhaps Max taking a second to look at that Tadashi. That's the first pin tile, or second pin tile that's come out of Kathy's hand. The first one being that 9 pin from earlier. Probably assuming a Tempai here. Trying to decide why that 1 pin was even in the hand, if you can see 2 of the 2 pin already discarded. Thinking about what shapes could have that could have come from.
Oh, and there's that 9 pin. I said it felt good. Bit unfortunate for Kenyon. And you chi the 4. And the question is, would you be pushing the 8 pin? Well, you're showing the Shaw first, so you don't have to worry about it just yet.
You kind of need to pull in the 3 pin. Oh, here's a 3 pin.
Oh, and the 3, the original weight was the 3.
Boom.
Pawn and cut the 5, so.
We're Tempai and Dora. It's never going to come out, but can we make it to K10 here? Rather, Yukoku for the value.
Sumo.
Oh, there's Sanso.
Kenyon's faith
Praise
is
Sanso,
rewarded.
and Kenyon does pull in the sumo there to get back over 30K, and we're in South 3 now.
Ooh, some very interesting hands here. Let me switch perspectives.
First, you have Kenyon with looks like a Chinitsu, or maybe even Toy Chinitsu hand.
I'm thinking Churen.
Maybe. I mean, it's certainly one of the options there. Hand on the right kind of feels like Churin too, if you want to be that aggressive with it, with a pin there. You have 2 Dora though, so I think you take anything you can across the way. Hatsu pair, much more conventional hand there, but actually Ishan already. And on the left, that's the fun hand that you dream Daisanga when you see something like that. But we know that's never happening as the Hatsu pair is locked up by Anthony.
Daisanga and backup plan Suiso. Oh, she's gonna be a lame Honitsu.
Oh, well, just keep drawing the ties you're looking for. That
Honitsu,
fixes your problem.
Honitsu Dora, Mangan.
Honitsu Hakudora is good enough.
Gotta dream bigger, folks. Can you not managing to draw so tiles here? As we approach the end of the row 1 in terms of her discards. Anthony's probably
Trying to decide how important the Ipeco is.
Right, Ipeco versus
RSC.
Sanshoku.
And we're going to see Kathy deciding to get rid of that pay. And is Ishan 10 decided that the North was less useful than one of the dragons. I definitely prefer cutting one of the dragons here. Oh, that 6 is a great floater.
Yeah,
though.
now you start to cut the dragons. I was going to say, if you draw a dragon, you just take Tempai. But you could create Shosangan. The 9 sub 9 subcut.
That seems like a bit much.
That is very much, but do you see the pull come out from Anthony? Tempai now.
And now we see a 5-8. Wait, Tempai again.
Chi.
Including the Suji 9, but we see looks like it would be a toy, and that 5 so feel like it's likely to come out unless Kenyon sells out on the Chinitsu.
Which it kind of feels like she's doing.
With the Chi there, that's going to be the play, I suppose. Got the 2-mon. And now you see a possible Sanshiku shift from Max. That's going to be the play. Ishunten for Richi Sanshiku Dora 2.
The key tile here is going to be the Chun. 8 so's not leaving the hand.
2-mon. Oh, a bit of a backfire there for Max. Looking for extra value, and instead would be in a much better situation now. Otherwise, and I mentioned that 8 just comes right back out. The 7 comes right back out.
Chi.
I don't think that helps that much, but I guess the floaters are okay.
It does make it more likely that the 9 so does leave the hand.
Well, it also gives you the option to go for, now you can confirm Itsu with that Chi, and that's going to be the play. Problem is, if Tempai is reached, regardless of what it is, one of those 2 tiles comes out.
Either Anthony's winning a spell hand.
There. Well, there goes the 5.
Dong.
And we'll look into the log and realize that was by far the cheap hand.
Absolutely bailed out with an 8-so draw. That was just about. I mean, if you draw the 7, do you take the 6-so weight, or do you take the 8-so weight?
Oh God, I think I take the 8-so-8.
There are some. There's Dora acceptance if you get to 5, though.
Yeah, but you already have Chinitsu Itsu Hanemon. Why do you care?
Shinitsu Itsu Dora Hanemon. Another Dora would be Baimon.
Yeah, you're not quite there yet. I just take the Hanemon.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting spot. But it turned out the 8-so was the pickup, which made the play very easy. And we go to Max. This is South 4. If you're going to run it back, now's the time.
Yeah, this is going to be the last chance here. Has a decent hand here, but no value. They're going to be Ricci Pinfu most likely. Going to keep a bunch of those honors. Try and pair one of those up, call, get something out of this. On the right, Pinfu type hand, but shapes aren't great. 7-so would help a lot. 5-pin would help a lot. 2-4 would help. Cross the way. I don't know, Ricci Nomi. Maybe even Toy later. Going to be hard to use anything there. On the left, now that's the good hand. That is
Ishanten.
Ishanten for Ricci Pinfu Dora. Or I guess Ricci Pinfu possible Dora.
Yeah, Kenyon seems to be able to just shut everything down here.
Of course, if you do Ricci Sumo Pinfu Dora Oro would get you to second place. I imagine there's not really an incentive to Dama if you do get Tempai. You would drop under 30K, but that seems worth it here. And interesting, Kathy could have cheated the 6, but you have so much other stuff in the hand that the Tanya shift doesn't look particularly realistic.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to figure out how you're going to do anything of the hand, and I feel Iteiko is probably the fastest, which kind of tells you what I think of that hand.
Oh, there's a
Oh
Dora
my
draw.
goodness, there's the Dora.
Yeet.
That I think it's an easy Ricci. Yeah, there it goes.
Ricci from
Ricci
Mongon.
and Sumo and Ipatsu or Ora would be second place.
7 tiles in the wall.
There are a lot of people who would be scared of this Ricci dropping under 30K, but it's 100% worth it in the situation.
Noipatsu.
Each.
Oh, we've seen a chase from Anthony. Drew Tempai in the previous turn.
Anthony says, okay, well, let's go. Just Ricci Dora waiting on 7-so.
Ricci Tsumo Dora Ura.
Now the deal in, if there's a direct hit, that would also change positions.
Because if he Tsumos and hits a Ura, he's first.
Yep.
Oh, this is so scary. Who's going to get there first? Of course, it's Kenyon with
There's
a wider
the
weight.
Sumo. And that extra Ricci stick may make things interesting. Oro would be second for sure. And
I think it's second regardless with the stick.
it's really, no, I think it's 100 points.
100
Yeah,
points?
it's 100
Wow.
points. And with that, Kathy gets the win here with 32.4. Kenyon with 11.5. Anthony drops to third with 6.4. And Max takes the brunt of this with minus 50.3.
And should be noted, was not Max's fault. The tiles were absolutely trolling him. Dealt into a Dama dealer Mongon. What Kathy just had a gorgeous hand and actually constructed that hand. Could have taken an earlier Tempai, but forced the bigger value and was rewarded. And I can empathize, having just gone through a log review where I dealt into my own Dama Mongon hand early. But that final situation was so interesting with Anthony. Even didn't declare the Ricci right away. Probably dropped the South and said, hang on a second. I'm first if I Tsumo hit Ura. If I get Mongon Sumo. And then chose to Ricci the next tile out, even though it was bad weight. And that actually allowed
That
Kenyon
Ricci
to
stick
surpass.
ends up costing, dropping down to third place as a result. But we're going to have another game here in about 2 minutes.
That'll give us a chance for a very small break. And we will come back with the final game of the evening in 2 minutes.
All right, looks like you missed a few discards here, but not much. We're in East 1. Dealer's Anthony looking for a Tanya, maybe an Ipeco in here. I already see a Chun call, maybe Honitsu. Across the way, we have a Pinfu hand, just going for Richi Pinfu. You'd like to get a door in there, but probably not going to happen at this point. On the left, maybe 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku, maybe even Itsu. Gives up the Sanshoku, keeping the choices open and just playing pretty much efficiently. Or you have that floating 5 soda upgrade to something else. Everyone's kind of a little concerned at this point about the open hand that's very clearly Honitsu and so.
At the very least, you know it's not going to have Dora, but if there's another Yakuhai there, it could be Mangan. And there's a Yakuhai pair.
There it is. Yeah, can't ask for too much more there.
Door comes out.
And there is the Dora, and you're so tempted to just call it, but it doesn't fit in the hand yet. You wouldn't have the Yaku without the Pinfu. And that dealer gets it and says, okay, well, perfect good time to get rid of it now.
And wow, Ishanten.
And you don't even need the Hatsu pair as your extra Yakuai. You could just go Itsu.
Right, that would give you 4 Han. Chun, Honitsu, Itsu. Anthony decides that yeah, there's still time to push this 8-so, and it is not called either. Gets away with one there.
Decides not to just chi the 3-so. So definitely just going for value. Oh, well, just draw it yourself.
And now this Ishanten is super wide.
I think it's literally any so tile other than a 2. No, the 2 would work as well. So it's literally any so tile is Tempai.
Oh, pair up the east. Now what do you do if you're Mizder? Drops the 6 pin.
Yeah, I like that.
Just good shapes
You
everywhere.
can always call down the east.
No overflow yet. How do you feel about the 6? Well, throws the Montal instead.
Gets rid of the 7. Oh, there's the 4. You're going to cut the 5 here, aren't you? Yeah, that's going to need a play.
The 4 deals into the Tempai across the way. That's actually Pinfu, Nomi.
Yeah, Dama Pinfu. Waiting on the 1-4. It is an Arianman. And all the 1-so are dead, looking for a 4-so, of which there is 1 left.
This east is push, and we'll see a call for Tempai.
Oh, and that's going to be, yeah, not who you expected to call it, but that's now a 3-sided wait to shut this down.
Fortunately, you believe that Anthony's hand is just double tone given the number of Dora that have been discarded.
Right.
6-9 is actually double roan here. And Max for sure
Max
is out.
wants to push, but yeah, you look at that and you go, no, no.
Even this once cut north doesn't look good. Fortunately, Anthony hasn't drawn a dangerous so tile. No question marks to be questions to be posed to Anthony. If you draw the 1-so, for example, which I guess that's not going to happen here, what will be another bad one?
Boom.
Let's see a pawn here, cut the 8 and kind of hedge. Okay, you're just going to throw the pay there. There are 2 out, that's fine.
Oh, are there 2?
And there's the very last one.
There are 2.
Sumo.
Oh, but there's a
Oh,
sumo.
just sumo.
Shuts down the Mangan, and we'll go again with a 3,000 pickup.
Now, yeah, the 3,000 nice, but not having to pay out the 4,000 in the sumo also nice. And Anthony has a decent hand here. Pinfu, Tanyao type hand, maybe a distant 6 or 8 Sanshoku. On the right, that is a... I want to say Pinfu, but it's such an awkward Kanchan hell, I don't think it is.
Boom.
Let's count the Kanchans. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 Kanchans. Have fun. Across the way, distant Pinfu hand. We want that 7 Mon. On the left, we see a call of Chun, probably hoping for a Toy Toy upgrade along the way.
Max is saying, please, game, let me win 1 hand. There's a draw.
Still, Ishan 10. You don't really want to wait on this 3-pin for Chun Nomi. Anytime you wait on the door indicator, it just feels really bad. Yeah, we're going to see a play from Kin. You just cut the 9-so and try and turn this into a Tanyao.
If your back's here, do you... Okay, well, this 7 draw is a little bit trickier, but do you con
I
anything?
agree with the 1-2 here. You're keeping the 7 turning into a 7-8 shape
Right.
acceptance. Would I con like 6-0?
Yeah,
And no, these shapes are awful.
and no one else has opened up, so you're really leaving yourself
If the
pretty
6
vulnerable.
mon were paired up, or if that were a 4-5, I probably would. Okay, now I would. Now I probably would con, because now I'm Ishan 10 guaranteed good weight. Ew. Taking the Furi 10 here. Technically Ishan 10, but we'll need the 1 or 4. I guess the idea is if you connect to the 3-4, you're just going to take a Tonki anyway. Let's see the Chi here to go
Chi.
towards Tanya. That's going to be the play here. Of course, you can't just immediately discard the 1 because of Kuikai, but I like that play.
Yeah,
His
Tanador.
hand just feeling awfully slow. Ooh, just draw the 3 pin. And that is Tempai waiting on 3 mon for Tanya Dora.
Ishan 10 for Anthony now.
Meanwhile, dealer is headless Ishan 10 for potentially Richie Pinfu Tanya Dora.
Oh,
But there is a Tempai across the way that is Richidora waiting on 1 Formon.
Anthony does have
And
this.
every tile in Max's hand looks terrible.
Yeah, after the reaching, now the 9 pin doesn't even feel safe. It does come out, though, and you get 2 more after those.
And similarly, Kenyon says, forget this, throws the 5-so.
Anthony doesn't lose too much, dropping a safe 8 mon here.
Wow, look at that. This is how do you want to cut? Do you cut the 6-7? Both feel really bad. Instead, cuts the 6, just
Takes the wide
jams
shape.
it right into this. That's a scary tile. It's a wide Ishunten, though.
Oh, Dora draw.
And Max is thinking, oh, well, the 7's so safe now, so that's where I'm going. That's going to be the play here.
Is Anthony gonna do it again?
Now, you know the 8's safe. Oh, there's the 3. That's Tempai.
Oh
my
goodness.
look at that. But you can't use it. Yeah, it's just to throw it back. It's so sad. Now, you did have another option. That's to cut the 5-6. And I think that's what I would have liked more.
The 5-6 pin. Yeah, the
Yes.
5 was Nakasuji. The 6 did clear as well.
Instead, we have 2 players, Tempai, as Kathy and Kenyon both pick up 1,500 points, and we move to East 2.
Yeah, it looks like Anthony would have been able to call to Tempai after discarding the 5-6.
The dealer here has 2 Dora, and the rest of the shapes aren't great, but you have 2 Dora and a completed shape. That's good enough. On the right, probably a Pinfu type hand, a floating Dora, but hard to connect to anything. A hand across, on the other hand, looks a little fun with the Chunonko and East pair. So maybe even Honitsu, but kind of hedging it, cutting the west there. On the left, that is Rian Shunten for Richi Pinfu, or even Richi Nomi. Could end up cutting that Formon early and then waiting on a particularly nasty Suji trap later with that 1 mon 2-so jumbo.
Now you've drawn this 4-so, and it really upgrades that so shape.
Yeah, I definitely don't like keeping this Formon around any longer.
Or...
Oh, well, just pair it up then and add Tanya on top of it. Meanwhile, dealer says, I just only have 3 Dora here. Don't pay any attention to me. And especially don't look at my pond where I've discarded a 2, a 1, and a 3 now.
Oh no! Ishan 10 as well. Wayman calls the
Ooh,
east.
big upgrade there on the right as Kathy's now Ishan 10.
And now
Ooh, that
goes
is technically Tempai. The question is how greedy do you want to be? And the answer is all of it. Oh, I guess it wouldn't even be Tempai, would
Yeah,
it?
but very nice
It'd still be
Ishan 10.
Ishan, so yeah, just go for it.
Absolutely.
Yes. Oh, there goes the 1. I definitely want to cut the 7 so there. I don't want that in my hand any longer. I want the
Yeah.
1 as a relative safe tile.
It's getting pretty scary now that we've entered the second row. It's so close to Dora. People are willing to reach you with a 9-8 penchant. Oh, speaking of Ricci.
It's going to come right here. Oh, wait. Yeah, Ricci. Absolutely.
1
Waiting on that 2-5.
And now you wish you had the 1 mon in hand.
Especially now. And that 2 mod looks really bad against this, but you can't do anything about it. I think you just fold.
You have 4 safe tiles if you want them.
Okay, he's just going for it.
Just a momentary pause to regret life choices and then push.
Yeah, the problem here is if you got rid of the 7, the 1 would be safe, and you still have the... Oh, okay, there you go. It's just, you didn't have to push that 7. That's the problem.
Now the 8 pin is Genbutsuru, and Kathy has one to discard.
That is not Tempai on the right. It's an awkward shape, but it's not Tempai.
It is Yushanten, though.
And yeah, Max is waiting on Gimbutsu 8-pin for Mungon.
Of course, the rest of the table recognizing a push is happening and is wary of the pin tiles. There has been no pin overflow, though.
Yeah, that 7 so is about as blatant a push as you're going to get.
Tempai
We have Tempai on the right on 3 8-pin Shumpon for Tanyao Ipeko.
Even Anthony has found Ishanten. Can shift the weight.
Uh-oh.
4 came out earlier.
Shitoi. You could get away with the 4-pin.
6.
Gets the 6.
Ryan Peiko, we're doing it again.
Ryan Peiko.
Let's go. It's
on Genbutsu as well.
No way.
There are 2 left in the wall. This could actually happen again.
No.
Oh,
it's...
What? There it is.
That's unbelievable.
2 Ryan Peiko on stream, and I think they were both Kathy winning off Dama on a Tanyao against Max.
Yeah, Max was Tempai both times. That's unbelievable.
Well, that's one for the highlight reel. I'm just going to clip that. You go ahead and take over this broadcast.
Alrighty, well, we shipped over to Kathy as dealer. I mean, reward for pushing that 6-pin, and this Hypai is not as good, but I don't know, make another Yanpeiko, how about? And that's a nice fill, so we can work our way towards a Pinfu, maybe draw a door as well. To the right, Max is on absolute tilt, I'm sure. After that, you can draw the door, you can call quickly for a Haku, but you really want to make more out of this. You just have a lot of Jamin in hand, so too bad it can't be Pinfu. Across the way, Anthony has the Shaw pair, can call quickly for Shaw Dora 1. Trying to see if this Itsu possible. Seems unlikely as well as a Santraku, so probably just a faster hand here. If you can call. And then Kenyon on the left might actually be building towards the Itsu. This is actually 2 away from Tempai, and there's door acceptance as well. Hard to make anything more than the Ricci here. I'm trying to find a path to Junchan, but it's not going to happen as the Itsu seems really likely. We're even dropping away from the 2-pin, so not going to use the door in this hand. Ishanten.
All right, I got that taken care of. Looks like Kenyon has a pretty nice hand here. Ooh.
Oh, it's even getting better.
Ooh. It gets better and better. 9-8 every time, yeah.
Yeah, you need 3-6-9 twice.
Yeah, it always feels bad when you do that, but especially with the 9 kind of dying here, I almost just want to chi this.
I do as
and
well.
Just lock it in. I would chi this. I'd 100% chi it. Now, the more I look at it, the more I just want to chi this.
It's a penchant weight. You're waiting on the last 6.
Yeah.
There is a world.
Why is you're not getting this otherwise.
If you draw something like 1 no, even 1 mon's bad here.
If you draw 1 so, I might just go ahead and cut 6-1, 6-1 and turn this into a real hand.
Well, the funny thing is, if you draw 1 so, then it's 2 inside penchant weights. You need the last. The 1 so is dead too.
1 so it's dead too. Oh wow, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, because of that, I don't think you can afford
Boom.
to. Okay, never mind.
Oh, okay. We're just going for it.
So if you can find the last 8 so, then you'll have a Tonki on the 7 mon. Oh, there's the
7
6.
so, but oh, wow. Look at that draw. And the other thing is, the rest of the table doesn't know your head is in complete shambles.
Right. And yes, I mean so for every single time I said mon there. Tepai?
Well, there's your tempi. That is a good weight. Now managed to wait on the 2-5, which is pretty decent, actually.
Compared to the other
There are
weights,
2 left in the
absolutely.
wall. You could even add Tanya, depending on the draw, I suppose.
Yeah, draw 4 mon here. Make the shift.
Yeah,
Maybe
draw
Hanemon.
4. So you keep saying Mon, but okay.
I don't know why. Oh no.
There's overflow. This should not come out.
Yeah, Anthony sees it. And looks like Kathy's hand is gonna die with that.
Kathy should read the same thing.
With that 2 so draw. Should be off of it. And so if you're the other players at the table, say you're Anthony here, I guess your hope is to draw around that 5 so. And maybe even drop 6 pin, 6 pin.
Now, Max, on the other hand, may just have an incentive to just yeet something, though.
Not even calling the Haku
Now
here.
you have safe tiles, though. So I think even if you got Tempai, I don't know that you take it.
There are no tiles left in the wall to be drawn here for this weight. It has to be a discard.
And when you're this transparent about your hand, you don't mind picking up 3,000.
No.
You can scare the rest of the table. That's just fine. Yeah, there's a fold.
Only one player.
Dealer's not going to get Tempai.
Last
And
draw.
Max,
Oh, he gets there.
Max.
If you can push.
Ooh, do you dare
Are you
jam
desperate?
the 1?
You can also push the
Ooh.
8. It does push
Oh,
the
yeah.
8.
Yeah, well, the 8 is not Tempai, so that's not a push. You could have pushed the Haku if that's what you're concerned about. Instead, Kenny will pick up the 3,000. I'm actually dealer here in East 4. And that looks like a Honitsu hand from here. This definitely looks like a Honitsu hand.
Yep.
If you draw some other stuff to connect to those Mon, then maybe just go reach Pinfu, maybe Tanya, maybe Peiko. But it feels like most likely Honitsu. Maybe. On the right, we have a Hatsu pair, and really to pull in a Dora there. Across the way, Chun pair. You dreaming Daisongen, but not going to happen. Now you have 2 Dora, and have to think very hard about it. On the left, Pinfu type hand. We can make Peiko and Upper Mon, but it's okay. And yeah, there we see Max going, locking in the Chi on the 1 specifically, which kind of tells everyone that it's either a Honitsu or Yakuhai or both.
We've seen a lot of plays for Honitsu today at this table.
We saw a lot of plays for Honitsu basically
That's
all
true.
day.
Even the B2 match, it seemed like
B2
every
had
other hand.
tons of them.
And hey, when you're playing without red 5s, Honitsu is
Yeah,
great
you're
way to
trying to
make
build
some value.
and that's one of the ways to. Oh my goodness, 3 Dora, Tempai, and Totsu weight with the 1 4-mon and 6-pin weight.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that was
Kenny's
back-to-back
sitting
Dora draws.
I think it was too. There may have been 1 draw in between, but
Insanity. Kenyon with the opportunity to take over first place here. And you know Max is discarding any 1 or 4 that's drawn.
especially the 4. You may hold the 1 for like a little bit if you're concerned. Uh-oh. Oh, good there that Anthony's not going to be pushing this. Not calling the Hatsu means that looks to be a fold.
Well, the wall says push.
Well, says you should be going.
I mean, there's always Hatsu
7
Hatsu
months
later.
plenty safe. Yeah, I think that's the plan. Probably reads the 4-mon is really bad here. That's very impressive.
The nice thing about holding these Formon as well is if you draw the door, you can drop Hatsu and make the Formon your pair.
But yeah, I think that's the idea. Draw 1 or 4.
The issue will be if you draw into Tempai, do you push? And the way this has been played, I'm not sure it will be.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And plus it'd be Richinomi,
Exactly.
so you
Richinomi-
probably wouldn't take it.
Richinomi against dealer, what appears to be Chinitsu at this point, and you can't see any Dora either. So the Yakuhai call hand is scary. Even the Toyman's hand, from Mr's perspective, Kathy's hand, could have Dora Anko and, or Dora pair and be scary as well.
That's gonna doesn't chi that. Let's see, would that chi be worth it? Not really.
Ooh, the
Could
7
change
pin.
this to a 5-8. It's gonna feel really bad, but I think he gets thrown. I think you pwn it. Oh, we'll take the 5-8 weight. I guarantee you everyone now suspects a 5-8 weight.
地
That's an easy chi.
So there's another 4.
Oh, well, there's your 4. Hatsu's fine. It's completely safe.
So now we can even call for Tanyao.
Yeah, I mean, if you get Tempai, you take it. Shut this madness down. Oh, is that Tempai? I
It
don't
is not.
think
It is, it is.
No,
because
yeah.
we can use the 5 pin as the pair, so it's
Oh,
waiting
yeah,
on the 3
the
pin.
3.
It's a good thing Max.
Sumo.
Oh, there's
Oh,
a
it's
sumo.
Sumo.
Wow.
And Kenyon reads the correctly. Said, I'll just draw the 8 myself then, and hits the Mongon. And I imagine Max is busy punching a wall right now.
Oh, it seems like every time Max gets a hand, Kenyon's there to shut it down, or Anthony, or Kathy. Just they're all ending it. And here we go to Anthony's
No,
dealership.
the ones that hurt the most are the Rion Peiko deal. Because you're like, that never happens. And I think we've seen it twice now. So
Absolutely.
Anthony sitting here with a decent hand. You have a Dora. I guess the more I look at it, the less I like it. There's a Dora. It could go Chant. It doesn't even want that. Just play efficiently.
Seems like the clear value here is Sanchoku Doku Dora 3.
I mean, I don't actually hate it with a hand like this because I don't like much about the rest of this hand.
After what I saw Steve put together the other day, I'm a believer.
On the right, looks like a Pinfu type hand and a Dora looking to pull in that 7-so. Across the way, we have a West pair. A few other pairs could also hit Chitoi. And on the left, looks like a Pinfu hand, maybe a 2-3-4 Spongeku eventually.
Still, despite how fast the game was in the first time around, this one seems to be going a lot slower. And these hands definitely do not have speed to them. This round particularly. Do you just drop away from one of these penchant shapes if we're Max? I mean, you kind of want the Itsu here. And the 1-2
I'm
so
cutting
isn't amazing.
6-so for Anthony. Oh, for Max? I mean, I want it to. I kind of get rid even. I almost want to get rid of the 5-so even over 7-pin. Keep the penchant. You don't like it. There's a 5 being kept just for Sanshoku. 4 is actually a really bad draw.
So now Sanchoku really does seem like the right value.
Yeah, Ricci, Pinfu, Tanya, Sanshoku is the only way at this point. They just seem so far.
If the read is that the 7 mon is hard to get, he's right. They're all held. Anthony might just be working towards Sanshoku here, but you need to find another pair. And Kenyon has found Ishanten.
On the right, yeah, we have an Ishanten for potentially Ricci, Pinfui, Peiko.
This does involve dropping the
keep
Dora.
the Dora as long as possible. Yeah. There goes the 8.
Oh.
Oh, well, ooh, that's a fun choice. That's actually Tempai with
Yeet.
the 3-4, but do you want it? The answer is, okay, sure. We're not in East Round anymore, so it is just Ricci. I've done those before where I looked at it and wait, you mean it's not East 4 anymore? Oops.
Yeah. Well, now you've created Suji, but you haven't dropped anything in the lower Sozu, so I'm not sure how if folks will believe that at this table.
Well, I appreciate the dedication of Sanso.
Right. I mean, we've seen Kenyon twice now with the commit to the Sanzo weight, even when it lessened the value of the hand. As far as winning toss are concerned, there is no
1
longer a Sanzo in the well to be drawn. As
Well, there is a Ricci there on the left. That is Ricci Pinfu looking for the 3-4-5 Sanshoku, which could happen. The sixes are completely dead. The threes are two left. So if Max wins this, it will be on the Sanshoku.
the pair is the 5 so in this hand. So
Oh, wait, you're right. I misread that. It's just Ricci Pinfu, isn't it?
of course, there it is.
Well, it is the
It's
three.
something.
That was the only way you're going to win that hand. But you shut down the Ricci. You reach to a Pinfu, hope for Aura, and no, because it's just that day for Max.
Importantly, though, this shuts down Anthony's dealership, and Anthony was the only other player below 30,000. So you have given yourself an opportunity to hunt one of these players down. In fact, you are within Mongan Sumo of surpassing Anthony.
And you still have a few hands yet, but Kenya's dealer here with the Haku pairing and probably just call that down. The rest of the shapes aren't great, so I think it's a call and go. On the right, Pinfu, maybe Tanya, kind of awkward shapes with that 3-5-5-5-6 and a penchant, and then that floating 8-pin. So I want to go Tanya. I'm just trying to, well, never mind. Fill the penchant. Now you just probably going to be Richinomi almost regardless of what you want. Across the way, few pairs. Arianman can accept Dora, but and on the left, looking for that 1-2-3 Sanshoku. Already have a Dora in there. The key to that hand's going to be getting 3 so though. Dealers Ishanten now can call the Haku and wait on the 7-mon.
Yeah, 3 players at this table looking for that 7-mon. Anthony really the only player who already has it in hand. There's the 4. There's an upgrade to Tanya.
Yeah, I think you just cut the what. Yeah, I like this. You're keeping the 3 because it connects to door. You're keeping the 6 because of the potential 3-sided weight and acceptance.
Yeah, cutting the 3 so is fairly efficient there, but I do like the door acceptance. And this 2-mon is excellent. So many draws for 10x4 Kathy.
Yeah, and Kenyon has a bunch of options too.
We said
They're based on calling, like this one. I think you have to take it. The shapes are just terrible otherwise.
Toyman needed to draw a Dora. Well,
Oh
Max
no,
drew
and the
2.
3-so's gonna come out.
4
Once again, the Sanzo wins. 1,500 points will go again.
A direct hit on second place extends Kenyon's lead here, and now has a decent shape in Mon, great shape in So. Looking to get this turned to Itsudora, maybe even Ricci Pinfu Itsudora. On the right, looks like a Ricci Pinfu Tanya Dora type hand. Across the way, the Shaw Anko, that is already a Yakuhai confirmed. So the question is, what else you can get from it? And Ricci Dora would be pretty good.
Absolutely.
On the left, 5, 6, 7 Sanchoku is probably your best path. Other than that, I'm not really seeing much.
Yeah, if you draw the 6-mon, you can work your way to a Pinfu. But you're probably
you have the overlap with the 2, 3, 5, 6 in So. But if you get anything, you just take it, of course.
And I mean, this is a real chance for Max across the table. You draw Dora. Now that you have 2 6-mon, you can even use 2 Dora here. Break away from that 4-6 pin shape. This has a chance of being a valuable hand. Gotta find the 5.
Anthony considers keeping the 4, but really hoping for the Sanshoku. It gets rid of that 4 pin, even though it breaks up that 4, 5, 6, 7 shape.
Yeah, basically committing to this, holding 2 dragons and
yeah, which are basically worthless other than this. That 4 doesn't really help Max at all.
Kenyon still hasn't drawn anything for 6 straight turns. That's a slight shape
I see a
upgrade.
Nobeton upgrade, and yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and try for a 2-3-4 Sanshoku option.
And you still have door acceptance. Oh, there's a 2.
There you go. Yeah, you cut the 3, Shunten. So you're either going to have door acceptance or at least just the Shaw if you're really unlucky, and then you'll have the Sanshoku.
Finally a draw for Kenyon, but breaks away from the 1-2 pencha.
Yeah, you're getting away from Itsu at this point. It's looking pretty bad. And at this point in the hand, you're wondering, why is no one reaching?
Yeah, you could take Ishanten with the 8-mon cut, but or the 8 so.
Yeah, but it's
Yeet.
not a great one.
Yeah.
And there's our Ricci. This is Ricci, Shaw, possible Sanshoku, possible Dora. So regardless of the way it wins, be quite a bit of value. The 2-mon is actually completely dead, and the 5-mon is 3 out. So this is actually a hell weight. Oh my, and there's the 3-mon backfire for Kenyon. Would actually be Tempai now.
On the 4-7. So now it's a matter of finding the last 5. And can Kathy push this hand? I guess we'll find out.
リーチ
Yeah, looks like it. Ricci, Dora, good shape. Yeah, I can see that.
There's the last 5-mon, and Anthony's not discarding that, especially after Kathy's Ricci. So Max drawing dead now.
Yeah, and we have the 4-7, and that's pretty bad too. There's what 1-4 left, and that's it.
Yeah, 1-4 after
Yeah,
this one's
one
been
there
drawn.
on the left, one that's Dora indicator, and one in Max's hand. So not much there either.
1 versus 0. I'll take the 1. And there it is.
Oh, yeah, there it is. And again, it's just that day for Max. Oh, is there a disconnect?
Oh, no.
ツモ
Oh, there we go.
There.
I was getting worried there for a
That's just
second.
rude.
Oh, and the
That is rude.
Ura as well.
And the Uradora on top of it.
That's exactly what Kathy was looking for in order to take the first place.
Yeah, not only do you get that 8,000, you get Max's Ricci stick, and more importantly, you get Kenyon taking the 4,000 for the Oyukabri. And ouch, in reward of the pretty good starting hand here with the East pair and Hatsu pair. Could even go Honitsu for an instant Mangan.
Yeah, should be
Oh my goodness, look at
draws.
these shapes. Yeah, just going for it.
I mean, you've won Gianpeko twice. You just won a one tile duel against a chase from 4th, or you're chasing 4th place. You're drawing perfectly. Why not? It's just
You
a
hit
single draw
Ura.
everything. Exactly.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just going to be your day. On the right, looks like a Pinfu hand. The shapes aren't great, though. Across the way, 678 Sanshogu looks like the best path for value, but you have the other side on Mon that's going to be hard to fill. And now you're kind of considering, okay, what are my shapes going to be? So technically Ishun 10,
Yeet.
but headless Ishun 10. But in the meantime, we have a Ricci on the left for Ricci Nomi, waiting on Tuso.
I was kind
And that
of
Tuso just feels like it has to come out from Anthony.
ドン
But it's not going to get the chance as Max deals down in Kapatsu.
as much of it.
No aura that time, mercifully.
As much of a day it has
But
been for
we're in
Crow,
all
it's been the
last.
opposite for Max. And once again, all last dealer.
Yeah, and that we have the scores on the right. They were never actually updated. Max
Oh.
is actually around plus 30.
They've been updated now.
Yeah, and Max has a great starting hand, though. So this is the type of hand that you can come back with. Ricci, Pinfu, Chanto. And can't ask for much more than that. On the right, definitely a Pinfu type hand. Really want to pull in that Dora across the way. Pinfu hand there as well, but not much value. On the left, we have the Haku pair. I think that's just a call and go, especially in first place. But the big one to pay attention to is Max as dealer. Just hasn't had anything all day. But this is the hand you're looking for. There's the Haku call on the left for Kathy. Now Ishunten needs the 2-5 mon and 8 mon.
Yeah.
If the East comes out, do you just call it? Figuring you have way more head candidates. Oh my goodness. Now you have Sanshoku here for
Oh,
Max.
I mean,
And yeah, just goes and cuts the 1-2. Doesn't want to lock in the Chanta, wants to lock in the Sanshoku and hedge, because even if you draw the 4 pin, you're fine with it.
Yeah, Ricci Sancho was totally fine. Here we go.
Oh, there it is.
This is
Ricci
Takame
Chanta.
Dama.
Oh, Chanta Sanshoku. Yeah, I agree with the Dama here.
It's Mangan Dama anyway.
So the Ricci doesn't get you much unless you're sumoing.
We're finding Ura, yeah. Ura.
I was half expecting him to draw it just to prove me wrong.
Right, the one-time Corex is Dama. All the 8-pin are in the wall. Not that you would know it looking around at the
That
board, but
upgrades to a perfect Ishuntan on the left. That's going to get discarded, pawned, and Tempai on the left for 2-5. Now I might Ricci.
speaking of Ricci,
Well, there's the 2. That's going to be a 3-sided weight with a 2-5-8. So we have 3 players Tempai now.
if you're Max, you just have to chase now.
Yeah, I think you have to. There's no point in dog. Oh, it pops it. No, wait, never mind. That's
the
not
1,000.
It was orange, so I immediately thought,
right.
No, just the 1,000. And Kenyon's like, oh, well, too bad. 1,000, that's fine. That's actually a great result for Kenyon on that last hand because it wasn't going to finish the hand.
So Kenyon will confirm the second place there. Crow, Kathy, the big winner. I keeps looking at that username. Plus 31.1. That's a huge victory, and that's going to send her skyrocketing up the standings. We will await the update there. Anthony eats a small third place there, minus 11. And, well, this game was better for Max, but still negative 33. Had a really nice lead. In fact, was in third place overall at the start of these two Hanchan, but has shifted all the way back to the middle of the pack. So we'll be looking to climb up in the next session. And there they go, scores in.
Sometimes you don't get it. You get Tempai and it never comes. And worse, you get Tempai and then everyone else's tiles come.
Yeah,
but
I mean, that
I think
last
regardless,
hand...
anytime you look at a log and see deal into 2 Dama Rion Peiko, you just shake your head and move on. Like you can't do anything about that.
I mean, that was absolutely the highlight of the day. Kathy with 2, not 1, 2 Dion Peiko Tempais that actually won, and unbelievably so. I mean, I haven't seen one in forever, and to see 2 in the same day is incredible. Kathy jumps all the way up to second place after a brilliant 2 games. 97.1. Miko still topping the charts. The only player over 100 points, but still early goings here. We have just finished round 2 for most of the players in A1. There's one table that will finish their games a bit later. And session 3 will be beginning next Monday for this group.
Yeah, I just like to point out my own stats here. Having both the highest caller rate and the highest Ricci rate. I've been involved in almost everything. They were, I had some of those hands like Max had those last 2 games in my first 2. But you shake it off, you have 24 games to make it up. That's definitely how Max should look at it.
Absolutely, yeah. Very, very similar score lines despite different paths of getting there. And we'll be very excited to play in the next session. I believe I'm playing against you next session, right?
I think, yeah, we are in session 3 at our table. But regardless, a bunch of good play here. And you can see that in A1, sometimes you just don't get the flow, but you have to hedge it, take advantage of the times you have it and run up the score and try and mitigate some of those losses. But I mean, when we talk about today, lots of Honitsus, but you can't get around Renpeiko twice.
Absolutely.
That's a Yaku that happens, like 0.03% of hands. It's ridiculously low. Maybe not quite that low, but it's rarer than multiple Yakuban.
So if you missed it, you will definitely want to watch this VOD back. It will be available on our YouTube channel in the near future, tinyurl.com/ARMLYT for that. It will also be clipped, and I'm sure we'll see it in the highlight reel of the mid-season show, which should be happening around the end of session 3, so a couple weeks away from that. It was absolutely thrilling to be a part of that broadcast, and if anybody's interested in participating in the league, signups are available for the spring season. Those will be up until March 20th, I believe. And you can check that out at our website, americanrichie.org. Make sure to also follow us on Twitter. We usually send a tweet out when we are about to go live. And for awesome hands like this, Yakuman and Sanpaimon, and maybe even these Yanpeiko hands. So be sure to follow us there. Any final thoughts, Korak?
Not much other than has been said. This season, we've been trying to make sure we have broadcasts at least every Wednesday to try and get some regularity. So, unless we announce something before then, we will see you Wednesday. For Nathaniel, this is Korak and the American Reach Mahjong League. Good night, good evening, or good morning, wherever you may be.